Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the office, ladies and gentlemen. Let me turn this off. We are good to go. All right. How's it going, y'all? Let's get to the office, shall we? Hello, everybody. Our first day back. See why the chat isn't working. I think it's because the chat is, in fact... just straight up not working. Did not know why that is the case. I guess we're not having any chat today. Welcome, everybody. Let me see if I can't fix that real quick. Refresh one more time and see if it works. It still doesn't work. Let me try the other way. We had an update, so it broke probably a lot of stuff. Yeah, it doesn't seem to, like it's wanting to work. This works. Chat's still broken there too. Sure, chat's gone. Ending. So chat's gone there. Delete that. Starting. One more thing, we're going to fix this live. I apologize, y'all. This is one of those problems when you work for during the day and you try to stream at night and you don't always have everything updated. Go ahead and chat a little bit, chat. I don't think it's working, though. Yeah. It is just not working. All right, well, we're just going to do it without chat today, y'all. Sorry about that. Anywho, how y'all doing? Thank you. I can see it myself. It's just not working. Like, I can see, I can read everything. It's just it's restream. I could probably like relaunch a bunch of things and it'd fix it, but I'm not gonna bother with that. I'm not gonna restart the whole damn thing, so we'll just deal with it. So yeah, as you can tell, this is a live stream, so issues like this are gonna happen. In fact, you know what? No, I'm not gonna do it. Streamlabs bot is just a bot that runs in the background. That's all it does. Allows for things to happen. Hey, Lord Skippy. Great talking to me the day I was listening to the podcast on road trip. Well, thank you for listening. I know I must be doing something because I'm gathering a large group of people who hate me for many reasons. So I always find out those people because they always post on like the Inforunners or Space Tomato. Whenever I show up in another person's channel, they're always like, I hate Paul because this. It's either I'm too political, I'm too much of a white knight, or I'm too arrogant. So it's always like a handful of people. There's never a large number of people. But it's always those people who are like, I feel like I need to announce my departure from Paul's channel. It's like, you don't have to, brother. I don't do that with people. Like, there's plenty of creators I follow who I just don't like, or they anymore, or they do or say something. I'm like, no, I'm not really with you anymore. I don't make a big deal out of it. I just don't follow them anymore. Well, I mean, being callous isn't intelligence, isn't a sign of intelligence, but I tend to speak in teacher talk. And a lot of people don't like teacher talk, because if I'm expressing myself in a teacher talk way, and I got to be more careful because you can't see the chat here. Well, I know what to do. Hold on. Oh, no, I got it. Display capture. The window capture, right? Window capture. There we go. Boom. Got it to work. It's not perfect. But it works. There we go. Fix it for now. Close enough. Hopefully it'll reset itself in the future, because I had to do an OBS update and a bunch of other updates, so. I can't move it behind the overlay, Darsh. Because I don't believe the overlay actually is oh, it is. Okay. I keep forgetting which overlays have that and which ones don't. You're the one who make all of them, though, so it should be fine. Darsh being Darsh. Well, it's like this, the starting screen here. This isn't an overlay, because this was made by, not made by Darsh. Window capture. Boom. Window capture. There we go. And desktop. No. There we go. I am chatting. All right, there we go. Free drinks night. I forgot to fit it for the fixed. I want that t-shirt, Darsh. Darsh gonna Darsh. All right, so now that everything's fixed and not on fire, welcome to the Office Hours. This is a live stream where we talk about Star Citizen stuff. Though there isn't been a lot of news today, though I do have a couple of things. We're gonna do something that I've been meaning to do at some point, anyways, which is, if you can see here. Yeah, we can look. I mean, there's the disco party, obviously, but I think I have to have that active, otherwise. There we go. At the very bottom, we see the dev tracker. And so I've been meaning to go through the dev tracker and look at all of the dev tracker for the last year, just to see what the devs have been saying. So. But before we do all that, saw your tweet on Nova Kiev. Can you give us the Coles Notes lore on that world? I don't know what Coles Notes are. Is that Crib Notes? Talking about like Cliff Notes? Yeah, people forget the dev trucker's a thing. So Terra is complicated. If you're talking about that. Because Terra is it's huge. It's twice the size of Earth, but it's naturally habitable. It has probably twice the population of Earth, honestly, right now. But it has a lot of natural space. And because the world was naturally habitable, had already life forms living on it, and was one of the first and only places of its kind that humanity's ever found, a lot, and I mean a lot, of people came in.
Hey, a tip.
Lord, super chatted $2. Question: 3.18 live before or after SitCon 2953?
Are you talking about SitCon in 2953 or SitCon 2023? We'll get 318 Q1 almost certainly. But thank you for that super chat there, Lower Skippy. Question. I'd like to start with a question strong with "Do you think?" question. Do you think we'll see a distinction between armed versus armed and armored versus unarmored and unarmored ground vehicles? Probably. I know you were asking that question earlier, but I don't think, I think like ships, almost all vehicles will have a chance to have some weapons attached to them. Obviously, there's plenty of them that don't, but I don't think you'll see really a distinction in terms of combat versus other things, because a lot of the vehicles are just, there are only two really types of vehicles. There's frontier vehicles, and then there's military vehicles, and that's about it. PS been running fairly smoothly. No, they tried Xenothreat and it was a shit show. We're talking desync in the minutes. Like 20, 30 minute desync. That's how bad. No shields, no weapons. We're never going to have no shields. Any 317.5 info? Because the way PES works. No, the Hoverquad has a shield. All ground vehicles have a shield. They just have a tier 0 shield. So for those of you who don't know what an ePTU is, it's just a PTU that's running while the PTU is active. That's all it is. It's just an extended PTU is all it is. How did I fix it? I jerry-rigged the shit out of it. This is actually just a window capture on my computer. Because if I like minimize it, it will turn off the chat. So chat will just pause right now, even though people are talking. Like anyone can type in the chat right now and it won't pop up. And no one's chatting. Yeah, so right there, Crazy Ghost Hunters just posted, and it's not updating here. There's Delinar posting. But then the second I pull it back up, boom, it just automatically updates. So I have to have that screen up at all times. Here's an idea. How about the rescue mission where you get a crew off a ship that's about to explode because of the reactor breach? Yes or no? Sure, great. Good idea. We need more rescue missions in general. But I think we got to wait until they develop they develop AI, the NPCs, in a better position. I wouldn't expect anything extensive to be done with NPCs until server meshing is a thing. And even then, it's probably going to be a couple of patches before they do that. Extra PTU sounds so basic. I think it just means extended PTU. That's all it is. Does Steve and P and the Steve with the P with a P have shields? Yes, they both have shields. Well, I guess the PTV might not have shields, but definitely the STV it does. Steven with a PH, Peven. Yes, it's heaven. Yeah, I sacrificed a bottle of scotch to the dark gods. What's the new god, the new chaos god of machines? I can't remember his name, but like that one, the new one. Vashtor, yeah, Vashtor. Yeah, it's like nuts. It's bad. So. I do think that we are going to see a slowdown of 318 because CIG is reaching a point where they're going to have to deal with desync. Like, they just cannot ignore it. Like, PES is going to make it worse. It's already been making it worse. It's going to make it even worse. So, and that's why we have a 317.5. Because there's no way we're getting 318 anytime soon. I was hoping we might see a Wave 2 PTU by the end of this week. But tomorrow's Friday, and it does not look like we're going to get a Wave 2. So I don't even think we'll be getting a Wave 2 until the end, maybe a Wave 2 in the end of the month. The 318s and the reality is that 318 is effectively an Evocati patch. Even though it's in Wave 1 PTU, it's not really. They pushed it out for data, but it wouldn't have, like, it was pretty good early on, but the degradation is really bad. Like, with all of the combined issues, it shouldn't have been pushed to Wave 1. But it technically fit, like, it could be launched and played at the very basic level. Yeah, they have been doing stuff like that. And there's been a lot of updates the last update. But with like desync that fucking bad, they're going to have to pause whatever they've been doing and try to address that issue, because it's already been an issue throughout the PTU. It's like it's been horrendously bad, with NPCs standing still and firing at you. like I know, like, the 30 FPS servers, like, oh, the NPCs are pretty good, but I also know that, like, they react better and quicker, but they also just don't move. And I do think that the 3.17.5 is an indication that CIG does not believe that we're going to see the launch of 3.18 by the end of January. Because the reason why, and this is where we'll pull up why y'all should be following the dev tracker, and I'll do these more often. If you like me doing these dev trackers, we're going to go with the first one posted here, which is of Xylo. So this was posted. The question was, patch notes, the first tester here. Siege of Orison planned for 3.17.5. Just something I posted earlier on Twitter and on my community page on YouTube. So if you probably have already seen this, and I posted on Discord as well. So the primary objective of 3.17.5 is to inject the updated Lunar New Year envelope, year of the Rooster for 2953, alongside a few fun goodies we plan to give out. These were initially in the 3.18 version, which obviously are not in live servers yet. Therefore, we're releasing a quick patch 3.17.5 to include those in the live build in preparation for the celebration kicking off next week. So, Lunar New Year is January 22nd. It is currently the 12th of January 2023. And we have, if they're releasing 3.17.5 next week, that means that they have 1 week to release 3.18 to meet their January deadline. And they're not even in open PTU yet. I'm not saying that, like, it's too slow or anything like that. I'm just saying, let's keep that in context. There's no way in the current situation that they're releasing 3.18 to live in the next 2 weeks. Not a fucking chance. It's going to need some time in open PTU where players are beating it to death before it actually gets to live. So, yeah, celebration starts, folks. The actual day is the 22nd, though I don't know what it would be in 2953. So it might be a different date, because it does shift every year. So. So the longer 3.17 goes in 2023, will CIG get pressured into a stipend for 3.18 wipe? I hope not. I mean, they probably will, but I think that's just going to start. Like, I won't give a shit at that point. There are very rare times when Paul Gives No Fucks comes out, and Paul Gives No Fucks will come out. There'll be a lot of people who hate me because of the amount of crying baby gifs I'm going to throw at them and call them giant pieces of shit. For giant entitled pieces of shit for wanting money for playing a video game before a wipe. Because who gives a shit? It's a video game. The money doesn't matter. You're like, none of this matters right now. 3.18 is just gonna get a wipe anyways, so fuck it. Deal with it. Cry me a river, build a bridge, and get over it. You're a fucking adult. Act like it. Make me clean. But I actually honestly don't know how many people will do that. I don't think many people do it. But as always, there's always someone on the internet whose diapers haven't been changed in 30 years. All right, so Xylo continues going because Velociraptor here asks, are these goodies going to get wiped? And he says, same as Luminalia and edit, no, not the hover bike handle. I need a hover bike handle to put in my like a melee weapon or an ornament or a picture. Do you hear me, CIG? I need a picture of that hover bike handle. I don't see any thoughts. Oh, here we go. So this is all kind of talking about like things. Why are we doing 317.5 when it's just going to delay 318 even further? And he says, I commented separately, but there's no new development work in 317.5. It's purely aimed to pull some holiday assets, 4 props in total, into the live service for your upcoming Lunar New Year celebration. So, all right. So that was this one. So this is the other big one, which was pretty cool. I talked about this as well. So Renegade 085, which is a name I recognize, I don't know why, basically said, not to make apologies for making political post in a space I'm sure many people try to avoid politics, but questions for lore makers. While reading today's lore post, the Whitley's Guide, Terrapin, I noticed the place for Anvil's dedicated decommissioning facility was at Nova Kiev. At the time of the original post of this article, that would have been generally accepted Romanized spelling. However, in 2018, the Ukrainian government made a concerted effort to correct the international spelling of the city name to better reflect Ukrainian pronunciation of Kiev. Therefore, the lore post and the place name in Terra 3 also should be corrected to reflect the current spelling of the city. And Adam Weiser, who's one of the lore writers, says, hi, the city name should be spelled Nova Kiev and has been adjusted to reflect that. We previously updated the city in other articles, like the Anvil, again, waiting for space portfolio, but the Terrapin's Whitley's Guide missed the thing. And this is all of this, but effectively Darj and Renovate were saying, who speak the language, say that it should be Novi Kiev. Novi Kiev? I don't pronounce. I'm terrible at languages other than English, and I'm barely functional in that. So there's that. So that's cool. Sorry, I was reading some of the chat there. I keep forgetting that I have to pull this up because otherwise it won't correct. Yeah, I minimize chat so it disappears. And if I don't click on it, if it's not active on it, then it won't update either. Oh, no, it does. Okay, it's good. So I'm reading through some of the comments. There's a lot of cope in those comments. And I agree with the argument that it should be Novii Kiev, simply because if the intent of the naming is to reflect that it was founded by Ukrainians, or the descendants of Ukrainians, or people of Ukrainian ethnicity, then it should reflect that. Even if, J. Harris Arnold, who's, I think, from or from Nova Kiev, I guess Novii Kiev, that's not a Ukrainian name in any way, shape, or form. Doesn't matter. It's a melting pot. So the city itself could have multiple different cultures, and Terra culture is very different from modern Earth cultures of any kind, because it's a melting pot. And they're all smug fucks, but that's just a completely different topic. They are very rich and very entitled. Hey, Fairasalt. Hey, Naz. Glad to hear that there's some improvements, though, M. Walker, to the 318. Yeah, because we have New Kiev, or a New Austin. So, which makes sense. If you have New Austin, then which is the correct way you would say it in Latinized English, the Roman alphabet English. Entitlement processing. The problem with Terra is that the people of Terrans are not wrong. And that's what makes them insufferable assholes, is that they're not wrong. All right. So here's another one. So what we're doing right now is we're going through the dev tracker, which is available in the very front of RSI's website. We can see all of the comments and posts by CIG developers, so you can learn a little bit more about what they're responding to. But the comments about Terrans of the Star Citizen universe, they tend to be more right when it comes to a lot of things. They tend to be more open to peaceful trade relations with people like the Xi'an, because they share a border with the Xi'an. They tend to favor more trade than overt hostile military actions. But they also recognize that in a hostile military action, you need to have the capital be in a place that can be easily reached by multiple armies. But Earth is not that. Earth only has 2 jump points, and they're not big enough for. It would take too long for the fleets that are positioned in places to defend the borders to reach it in time if something were to go wrong. Whereas Terra is a spoke and hub of the dozens of large jump points, and the way it's placed is pretty reachable by most military forces pretty quickly. So there's a lot of advantages to Terra being the center of the Empire, because it pretty much is already. But don't tell it to an Earther. Felota Earthers. What do they call? Wellas is the they call them. There's a name that Belters in Belter Creole that they call people from who grew up in a well. Timmy? No, Wewala is somebody who is a traitor to the Belters, who is pretending to be a Belter, or pretending to be someone from Well, from a Gravity Well. Inyaloda, thank you, Inyaloda. That's what it is. Or Inyas, which just basically means you're from the inner systems instead of the outer systems. Will we ever have Earth and Sol system in Star Citizen? Yeah, eventually. That could be the heat death of the universe before we get it, but it's planned. Dusters are Martians. Squats, I think, or stunties is what the Martians call Earthers. That adventure's doing a lot of work there, Paul. It is, but what can I say? Yeah, the inners. All right, so this question, there we go. Spectrum 6.0. I see 6.0 was deployed this morning. Anything new of note that we could heard about? Turbulent, Adrian asked that. Hey, Fowdy, I'm glad you noticed. We released a major tech upgrade of the website. By upgrading the programming language that we use, the website will be faster and safer. It will also be easier for us to ship updates. Given the scale of the changes and incompatibility with previous versions, we decided to bump the major version number of all website projects, including Spectrum. However, there is no visible changes in terms of features, hence the lack of changelog. In fact, if you are not seeing changes, this means everything went as well as could be expected. I hope to see your answers in the questions. So we have a new Spectrum version, which was released. And then we've got new patch. So Waka has been the person. This is the latest patch that was released yesterday for the PTU. Patch notes. This is Freya. She's the new community person. Luminar screenshot contest and submission threads seem to have disappeared. Any idea will be announced? As Papa Pat mentioned, both submission threads and contest overview threads for the holiday contest are no longer pinned, but they're still there. They just have to be updated to include the winners. So a lot of this is going to be kind of stuff like that. Sylvan, here we go. New reflection artifact with Gen 12. I've been noticing a lot of reflections appear different in 318 PTU and was wondering if Gen 12 was Gen 12 related. One of the most egregious is found in the Mantis from this IC. I tried our Gen 12 0 to 3, but found no difference. Sylvan, is our Gen 12 0 the same as rendering its 317? Is this the task for vehicle experience graphics? Very odd artifacting. Otherwise, Double Vision and Vanguard actually appears to be better again. That's not a Gen 12 issue. I was looking for it. I'm looking to it, and the shader can't handle certain inputs. I forwarded it to the respective people. A fix should be on its way. So, it's good. And then Wayne Christian. New stopwatch. Thanks, devs. Very useful too. Just a tool needed for navigation, surveying, and general timing of operations. Now we have tied to quantum drive shutdown with more accurate dropout times. We could have some pretty darn good custom navigation to run the verse. I have tied a flash key to press and long. Thanks again. Glad you like it. We already mentioned in the 3.15, the balancing keys, they've added the stopwatch. Yeah, so there is a stopwatch. Stopwatch. This is in 3.18. You can set. Oh yeah, how's it going there, Big Cupan? Sylvan up there with River Guy is one of the most lovable devs. Yes, that's Sylvan for you. I like Tiki Bartender though. He's cheeky. All right, here we go. Winter CIG. I totally understand why the issue council is untrustworthy to some people. Why use the method? Wait for 10 people and still watch it do nothing. You can just post it on Reddit. As Wayne CIG said, I wouldn't rely on Reddit for getting bugs resolved. Even when we find issues on Reddit or Twitch or Discord channels, etc., we still need existing IC or Jira to resolve the issue against. That doesn't get seen behind the scenes. What doesn't get seen behind the scenes is usually when an issue like that is discovered on another platform or even Spectrum, the devs usually reach out to our live QA guys and see if they have a ticket they can use. I know it can seem like IC can be futile, but the massive part of our day-to-day internally. We have a large and relatively new team who are now fully committed to ingesting IC reports, reinforcing them, and getting them to the front of the right people, as well as the guys who are dedicated to improving the IC pipeline. So things will continue to improve in that regard. I'd certainly not worry about devs being proactive in tackling things as they see them in the wild, though. It always comes from a place of wanting the game to get better. I know there's some salt about that one. This was Chris's response. Issue counts are probably one of the most underrated tools you, as players, can access and support Star Citizen's development. However, it is tremendously helpful for our devs in finding, tracking, categorizing, and solving bugs. It is directly linked to other tools that creates JIRAs, enabling us to internally see the progress in solving these issues. As a developer, I can also track their work and share it with other developers. Please use the issue council as often as possible, as not only does it help save us a tremendous amount of time, but also minimizes the risk of things slipping through the cracks. Sending our devs to Reddit to search for bug reports is not time-saving alternative, nor does it help with streamlining bug function. Your case was a happy coincidence because gamers and Star Citizens fans just like you. Because we are gamers and Star Citizen fans just like you. It's supposed to make me a little mad. Only Wave 1 can use the issue council properly at the moment. But hey, it's fine. We love it. Thanks, CIG. Haha. Yeah. All right. All right, Tiki Bartender. This was posted on January 9th. Can we get some more melee weapons, please, CIG? I'd love a few swords and clubs, or maybe a sharp whip of some description. Captains of ships often have swords in sci-fi. I'd love to see more melee weapons like swords and others. However, you should also keep in mind that each type of weapon requires new animations for the characters. CIG has been making more melee weapons for human characters in Squadron 42, which means they already have the animations. So don't give me that shit, Chris. Fucking read the goddamn reports. I know you do it. I don't know for sure, but I imagine it would have to take up a slot of a regular weapon. So if you have a sword on your back, you'd probably also put a rifle there. Give me a fucking axe. You're gonna get. I know you're making ballistic shields and melee weapons for Squadron 42. Don't tell me you can't port that shit over to Star Citizen. Don't tell me that. So I'm going to go back to about the beginning of the year with some of this stuff, because it's usually not that much. It's not that much for this year. Sylvan went, okay, so what happened to the DNA face tech code? If you don't care about how your avatar works, this post is pointless to you. If you read on and reply, please post on topic. When the DNA face tech was introduced, there was talk about a hex code that you could copy and paste into an external document to save the shape of your head, i.e. selecting your ancestors and what parts and how much your ancestors were included. Such hex code is most useful now, when we're still in alpha and have to recreate our heads quite often. Without it, we can't really reproduce our heads consistently unless we select a very simple and manually repeatable shape, so there is little room for fine-tuning and getting things just so. Also, the random head function can't be used as a starting point, so is the hex code function in the works? Sylvan replies, hey, we've been refactoring major parts of the DNA system at the moment to make it more future-proof and extendable, so anyone who's familiar with the DNA system is quite busy. Once that's done, I hope it won't take too long until we see this in game. So, here's the thing. There is a trend that I've noticed over the last couple of months of a consistent talking point that CIG developers have been saying. And I think if there was a word for CIG last year, I think it was future-proofing. Or, in other words, the other word would be scalable. CIG has a lot of tools that they've developed, but a lot of those tools are very specific for very specific purposes. But a lot of the work they did last year seems to have been reflecting on what they've done in the past, taking the tools they've already developed, and then revamping them, reworking them, or entirely redoing them to make them more scalable, to make them more future-proof. The concept being that if they make a tool that can go for one thing and then extend all the way out to a bunch of different things in the verse, then it's going to be a lot easier to make those things quicker and So for instance, like UI. Building blocks is a great example of this future-proofing scalable. The idea is that the building blocks feature works for everything. It works for the tiniest, smallest interactable device to your biggest HUD. It's scalable in that sense in terms of size, but also can be future-proof in the sense that it can be done for everything. It is the entirety of the new HUD systems. That's an example. The new AI system they developed is, again, for all AI. It's mostly being focused on combat AI because that's what you need for Squadron 42, but that same AI can be applied to any logic because it uses tags, these little things that they have that they can slap onto an AI that will determine its behavior. So all they have to do is develop a new tag and slap it on an AI, and the AI will react to that tag. So the DNA system, which seemed to have been kind of more of a concept, and it's kind of changed a lot, is now going through a process which seems like it's going to be future-proofing. So they're going to get to the final iteration, something that is flexible and expandable. So. Let us have our boarding action, melee sword fights. Yes. I don't think we're going to get any of those new weapons combat gadgets until after Squadron 42. Depends. Because Squadron 42, as a game, or any game in general, will reach a point where it reaches beta. When it reaches beta, they're not adding new levels or weapons to beta. Beta is when they're testing it to make sure it's ready to go, working out all the bugs, making sure that the level design is perfected, that it works well. They're play testing it. They're trying to make it make sense. And that process can take 6 months to a year or longer if you're Blizzard. But that takes a long time. And at that point, there really is no new stuff being made for the game. It's just using what you already have and moving it around. So a lot of that time, you can pull that stuff over to Star Citizen. And they've already started to do that. And they're going to be continuing to do that with a lot of those features. So we're likely to see much of the stuff that's in Squadron 42 that's going to be in Star Citizen well before Squadron 42 is fully released. 317.6 for Invictus? Who knows? Nah, I think they're going to shoot for 318 for Invictus. Boarding axes. They're just fire axes, that's all. Also, the DNA system is one of the worst modern character creators I've seen. I don't think it's a bad character creator. I just don't think it's a very flexible one. Does that make sense? The concept behind it is neat, but they need to make sure it works. So the original idea of the DNA system was that you would choose your descendants, and your descendants would be based off of where you were from. So they use the example of, are you from Hurston, ArcCorp, Crusader, or Microtech? And based off of where you were from will determine what your features have accessible to you. Now, that concept is cool as shit because it can extend into gameplay where your DNA, your physical appearance, will be the result of your descendants, your ancestors. I keep saying that, I always screw those up. Your ancestors from various planets, which could have an impact on your reputation, on how NPCs will treat you, and on availability. If you're from Magnus and you're in Magnus, people are going to treat you better than if you're on Magnus and you're from Stanton, kind of thing. That seems to be the places they were going with it. So hopefully it is still in the DNA system, but we have to see that. So space racism, kind of more like space ethnicism, I guess you could say. The current head blending system is confusing as fuck to new players. Everyone who I've seen it, never played Star Citizen before, was getting a character creation. They was like, why are there two heads? Which hand am I? Yeah, it needs to be kind of walked through a little bit. Do we have to wait for Squadron 42 to come up before we see more things ported over to the PU? No. They've already said that they're planning on porting over a lot of the stuff from Squadron 42 that we've seen at CitizenCon when 4.0 releases. So. Descendants come after you. Yes. I don't know. Ancestors. Do we know when the new player experience will arrive? So my dumb little brother can be able to because he's dummy and needs a tutorial. No one's dumb because they need a tutorial. Star Citizen is not intuitive in its game design. It is the opposite of intuitive. It's an interesting idea, but I think it would be bad in practice. I disagree. I don't think it would be bad in practice. I think it would be different in practice. And I think people who are used to incredibly fine, detailed character creation, where you can manipulate every little bit of your face, would not like it. But if it's in the service of the game, then that's fine. You mean if... Man, the salt is heavy today. It's been really heavy this month, with people being like, hearing that 4.0 is going to be released at the end of the year, probably more like 2024. And we got 3.17.5, so everyone's letting them salt out, getting their sass out. Being like, oh, I can't wait for 3.17.7 for CitizenCon, you know. But I think I'm gonna have to agree to disagree on that one. Some people need to touch some grass outside. Well, it's hard to tell because this is the problem with the internet. You can't tell sarcasm. Some people may just be sarcastic, and other people are maybe pretending to be sarcastic, but are really salty. Yeah, and we already covered that, Yavin. So. I picked up from the highways after the plows went through. Man, my salt is reserved for Wizards of the Coast. Right? Right? I'm not going to get into that nonsense, but because I don't got a dog in that fight, except for the fact that we all have a dog in that fight because Wizards has so much power with that OGL 1.0A. So. I like that. 2024.0. It's that thing where where the day star burns you if you stay out there too long. Question: do you think the Vandal melee weapons and other items will be found in Pyro? Yeah, almost certainly. At some point, I don't know if it'll be when it releases, but CIG seems to be inferring in multiple cases that there are Vandal weapons and equipment that is left in Pyro, which again makes sense because Pyro borders Virgil, which is a Vandal system. So, touch Darktide is good loop. I'll be playing Darktide tomorrow, so we'll be doing some Darktide tomorrow. Okay, maybe bad isn't the right word, but maybe unfun and overly limiting for a very minor aspect. I get what you're saying. I understand that what you're saying is that it is not as robust or as in-depth as other character creators are out there. And they could definitely add more fine details for it. But if they had some sort of tutorial or some sort of prompt that tells you what the head what the DNA system is doing, it would make a lot more sense for most people. But like everything, that's whenever I hear someone's like, we need to fix the Aurora, the Mustang, because new players don't understand it, and it's just bad for the new players. And my thought is, the game is bad for new players. We have no new player experience. It's garbage. It's so bad right now. So there's no point in updating the Aurora until that happens. Same thing with the DNA system. Like, a lot of this stuff doesn't matter until we actually get CIG to fix those problems. As a Magic player, we've been dealing with Wizards of the Coast BS for almost 2 years now. The D&D community is only now getting it. That's because I usually don't pay attention to them, because they don't make nearly as much money as Magic does. What are they talking about that near the end of last year? The new player experience? Yes, they do. They definitely want to do a new player experience, a revamp of the new player experience, but we have no idea when. I have a feeling that'll be this year, but do they have moist eyeballs? Oh, pizza is the most important one. All right, let's get back to the dev stream. Stream of dev consciousness. Particle issues causing CTDs around Korea and other points. Sylvan to CIG to raise visibility of this bug. I'm posting this here. Please pardon the ping. These are particle issues caused crashes to desktop events around Korea and other points of interest. It has to do with particles, and the only workaround for this is to disable Gen 12 by running rgen12.0. Anyway, this could be taken a look at. This forces us to test without Gen 12 enabled, which is bad for potential overall issues we may uncover while it's running. Thanks in advance. And he says, thanks for reporting. This will be fixed in the next build. Sneaked itself in while we were doing some major rendering performance improvements. There we go. Question, do you think the Crucible will have a 3D printer to make parts? That's kind of what it's supposed to... Oh, no, the Crucible. No, sort of. Yes and no. The original... here, let me see if I can pull up the original. Here we go. So this is how it's supposed to work. So we can see this here. So we have an augmented reality overlay, which has the breakage point, and then you kind of clean that off. You take like kind of a repair the scraping arms. You take that and you scrape off and you scrape the shattered edge, and then until you have the green, and then the green will tell you, okay, now you can build the spot, and then you have a repair operator which will come through and then rebuild the spot with AR. With AR tools. You got an AR and you got like kind of a repair arm that you use. That's the way it's supposed to work. So it's not going to really 3D print as much as 3D print directly onto the fuselage. This is their design document for repair, which was posted, I don't even know, November 19th, 2015. So it's almost 10 years old. But a lot of this stuff has remained the same. So... if CJ could manage to flesh out the Polish or polish some more gameplay loops, I'd bet a bunch of this Pyro 4.0 salt would evaporate. True, I'm sure it would, Juice, but the problem is that we don't know when that's going to happen. I'm sure they're trying to, but they need to get PES working before they get to that point. If, and this is a big if, the Ashes of Creation character creation is as good as the dev videos have shown, every MMO will have to take note. Okay. Question, do you see the post on Reddit about cargo insurance for cargo haulers that get pirated? That was originally an idea pitched that you could buy insurance to insure your cargo. Yes, I didn't see that post, though. I don't go to Reddit a lot. I don't really think it's really the gameplay loops that need to be fleshing out as much as the reasons for doing those loops that need to be fleshed out will be created in the first place. Reputation is what we need. We need reputation. We need something that gates your ability to make money and also gives you gates some specific items or specific bonuses you can get. Hey, Spoonie. We're going through a lot of the dev stuff right now, but there's not much news this month so far. All right. It's all the same. Okay, here we go. Is there a chance the new Gen 12 renderer or Vulkan could lead to reduced RAM requirements? I'm playing on a Shadow Cloud streaming PC and have no option of upgrading RAM. Thanks for reporting. Guess, but just a guess, but from your specs, it looks like your issues mostly are coming from low VRAM and RAM, which is Star Citizen's quite demanding of at the moment, and which can cause more stuttering. There's still a number of improvements we'll be making for 3.18, so let us know if you still experience this issue while we're live. Okay. I don't know why people are just reacting with clown face. That's just really mean. This is why Spectrum sucks. So this was 6 days ago. 318 PTU. Some ships tuning seems to have rolled back to their 316 state. Is this intentional? I finished practically testing and dedicated racing ships for my atmosphere data project. It seems like some ships like the M50, P52, Razor LX, Razor EX, etc. have rolled back to the state they were in patch 316. The M50 bucks like crazy under speed. The Razor is slow again. The P50 weighed down by a chain gun is faster than the P72, a dedicated racing ship. I don't think this is intentional because there was a Spectrum apology about the poor state of the M50 and the Razors in 316, and then the ships were rebalanced to more suitable in atmosphere, at least until they got more control services and other works done to them. Just in case, this should be fixed in the latest 318 PTU. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff they did with the pitch. It wasn't today. Or I guess it might have been today. It might have been yesterday. All right, let's auto load on. This was a patch from 6 days ago. Synthwave CIG. We got a. There's a lot of stuff. What is this? Screenshot contest. Okay, so this is the first place. First place was Elusive Man TC. Second place was 104 Boost. Third place was Mr. Trash. Very cool. I'm curious if you think the Corsair will be balanced in any significant way, and if so, how so? Light fighters can dance around Corsairs. Just don't be in front of a Corsair and you'll be able to kill it. That's it. Just hit it from the side, back and sides with ballistics. It'll blow up pretty quickly. We need pizza. We need reputation. We need new Law and Order. We need et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I mean, we do. But I think the biggest, if we're going to do like a needs assessment, a triage of Star Citizen in a word of like what needs to be done right away, I would say reputation is the biggest hurdle to gameplay. Because right now you can make a lot of money, but there's just not no reason to make money other than ships. So having reputation and giving some specific bonuses to that reputation will get people to play. If you get a certain armor or a certain ship component or a ship skin or anything like that, by getting max rep with a certain group, people will fucking grind that shit because they like that kind of thing. As long as that getting that rep isn't just you get a cool skin and there's no consequences. As long as that getting rep for Ninetales gets you a Ninetales skin, but everyone wants to kill you, you know, those sorts of things. The most critical is the pizza. That is very true. That is the number one priority. Number two is reputation. How granular do you think rep system will be? Will traders have to get rep with individual buyers and sellers to get better prices, for example? Yes and no, because spillover will be a thing. So like if you have a buyer or seller that is in the Stanton system and has relationships with say, Microtech, and you have good reputation with Microtech, you should have some reputation with that seller, even if they're not directly connected to Microtech, but are allied to Microtech. If that makes sense. Cloth tech plus rope test is needed for stretchy cheese tech. I attach rep to buying things like railguns and snipers so we don't have to worry about RNG to get such gear. Perfect example. You know, you can go to a special shop which will unlock with certain rep, so you can go and buy those things. Oh, so somewhat similar to how E does it. I don't know how E does it, but the idea being that just because you have rep with one organization doesn't mean you will have, doesn't mean it doesn't affect the other organizations. And because rep can be pretty granular, having a bad rep with a big group, like say the UEE, will mean that anyone allied with the UEE you will also have pretty bad rep with. Not saying I know how to develop a game, just saying the $300 ship has been purchasable for 3 years and still isn't in the game, purely for money than development. I've heard that so many times and it's wrong, but I'm just saying that completely discounts any notion of how Star Citizen develops and how Star Citizen has developed. There's plenty of expensive ships which have been in development for a while and then got released. There's no reason. That's like the most simplistic, stupid way of handling that as well. I'm sorry if my filter is off a little bit right there. I've seen that kind of argument so much. It's just wrong. You're just wrong, buddy. Sorry. Is there needs to be a reason to work towards something that isn't related to ships, or at least goes beyond max gears? Yeah. I'm looking for the Corsair balancing from behind the pilot seat as opposed to forcing it down, i.e. changes to maneuverability, speed changes and issues. Yeah. All right. Open VXR for VR. Okay, let's look at that. I have an HP Reverb G2. It's a Windows mixed reality WMR headset. Works great. I've learned that Steam VR is a bottleneck and hurts performance for many games. Recently, I followed the advice of this thread and got a big performance boost in DCS. Using OpenVXR into an IL2, I get a maximum of 90 frames per second possible. My specs are not off the charts, 5600X, 6700 XT. So OpenXR is made a big impression to me. Are you intending to use OpenXR API for Star Citizen or something else? From what I gather, it can be used by other types of VR headsets in addition to WMR. Some users have complained that DCS could use OpenXR natively, save us trouble from downloading 3 different apps to get it working. Yep, my plan is to add OpenXR to the engine. Why it improved your performance so much is a bit odd to me. I don't think it was OpenXR specifically. Maybe the Steam VR scheduler does something funky sometimes to your local settings and behaves strangely with how Steam VR works. Anyway, the main reason to use OpenXR is to have support for pretty much all headsets out there. So there we go. Now you know that Sylvan, who has been talking about getting VR into Star Citizen for a while, plans on using OpenXR to make Star Citizens compatible. So the Warfish. If you're new to Star Citizen, let me explain something. You don't have to purchase that ship. That ship is purchasable, will be purchasable in game at any point. If you don't want to purchase the ship, you don't. The reason why they sell it is, yes, they're raising money, but they don't have a developer. There is nobody or a publisher. There's no money men behind the scenes who are calling the shots. Players, it is entirely developed by player purchases. And with a game like Star Citizen, which wouldn't function without selling those sorts of things. I've heard that argument so many times that like Star Citizen selling $300 ships from raising money, not for the ships. And the answer is not yes and no. Yes, they're raising money, but they're also going to give you the ship. If you're arguing that that ship's never going to come out, it's only for money, you're never going to get it, it discounts a lot of things that CIG have said in the past. Like, for instance, let's say you spend $300 on I don't think there's many $300 ships that aren't already out. Because everything else is like 400 above. You said we put this. Let's say you spend $600, all right? $600 on the Perseus, right? Right now, if you had the Perseus in game, it's a crew of like 4 or 5. Okay, Crucible. Crucible's a good example. Crucible's $350. The Crucible would just be a ship. They could put the Crucible in game right now. They could work on it, they could develop it, and they could release it right now. But it would be just like the Reclaimer or the Starfarer. It has no purpose in game. It's just a ship. They have to build those resources for the actual, to build the gameplay around that ship to make it useful. And CIG has said that they're not going to build the stuff to make it to build ships that don't have a purpose until that purpose is in. And because they did that with the Starfarer, and there's a lot of the Reclaimer and stuff, and people were just like, yeah. On top of that, larger ships are going to be built around multi-crew compatibility and functionality. The idea of having multiple people running a ship. Right now, the only other thing you can do is man a gun. The Crucible's a repair ship. So if you can't repair with the Crucible, there's no point. And while, yeah, they could do something where you just land on the Crucible and you automatically repair like you do on pads, they're going to eventually have to make the functionality of the Crucible, so they'd have to completely rework the Crucible again when repair came out. So that would be double the work for just saying you have a $350 ship out there. The game hasn't reached the maturity level it needs to be for those larger, more expensive ships to be in the game. You have 100 people plus per server, but you don't have many more beyond that. There's no reasons to do those large ships. So, yeah, they're making money. But the reason why it's not out is because it's just not ready for the game yet. No, definitely not saying that. Just saying would love to see more about bug fixes and updates than new ships. I think what I'm seeing is I come from mostly from a few years ago. Yeah, no, there's plenty of bug fixes and updates. 318's been working on that a lot too. So, yeah. But yeah, Steam VR compatibility. Sylvan is a big fan of VR. We've heard this in the past, so it's nice to have him confirm that. Okay. This was 1 week ago. Yes, Jordan. You have thoughts. I may have answers. The pizza guy at Mikkel 1 Shallow Frontier Station will probably sell a few more slices in the future. Okay. This is the most important post. See, Christian. Don't fuck with me. If you're fucking with me and pizza's not out by CitizenCon, I'm going to find you, Chris. I'm going to find you. I have ways. Do not fuck with a man and his pizza. It is everyone in chat knows there are two fundamental facts about me. I hate the Redeemer, and I think pizza's the most important part of the game. Now I'm hungry. And get pizza, sees Daddy. So this is actually I'm going to read way into this. I'm going to post this. I'm going to turn this into a short. I'm going to make a short. I'm going to post this on TikTok. I'm going to say CIG has confirmed pizza. Soon. This was on January 6th, the day before my birthday too, that they said they're going to sell a few more slices in the future. You know something, Christian. Disco. Pizza update. We need a pizza update. Has he covered 317.5 being in the PTU? Yeah, we've talked about it already. It's just an update for. They wanted to add things to the game, little goodies to the game. They're doing Luminalia-esque presents for Lunar New Year. So you're going to get new like plushies or armor or clothing or something like that for hanging out in the verse at that time. That's all it is. Thank you, y'all. To be fair, he doesn't say how far in the future. It could be CIG. Yeah, CIG time. We don't know that. I will continue to meme about pizza until it is done. Okay. So we're almost done. It's January 1st is C Daddy CIG. There's C Daddy. But we only got a couple here. So let's go back to Turbulent. Org cannot access Spectrum. I've been working hard. We're trying to get this issue fixed. Made an issue council post, only to learn it's the wrong spot. Details and evidence in here issue council, which is wrong, but all the work and evidence is already there. Hey Toaster, we've identified this issue with some organizations, which is now resolved. INSD members are now able to access Spectrum again. Thank you for your patience. Awesome. Pieces designed by committee. What's my favorite type of pizza? I tend to like. I'm an El Clasico kind of guy. I like peppers, bell peppers, mushrooms, onions, meat, like sausage, beef, pepperoni. The kind of the works pizzas. Greeting card contest winners. I'm not going to go over that one because it's just kind of announcing that. Could have two ways of bounty hunt. One being search and kill, the other being search and capture, since criminals could also have imprint on lawful space and could be detained or imprinted on death. That's true. The Supreme, yes. But I tend to like anything. I have tried many pizzas and I've not found a pizza I didn't like. I've found pizzas that I prefer more than other pizza, but sausage pizza. There's a good pizza place. I've a good local pizza place that I go to that they do a kind of a sausage, like Italian sausage pizza. I don't know why I'm doing Italian, but an Italian sausage pizza. And it's really good. It's really good. It's greasy, but it's really good. Get tomatoes on it, all sorts of things. I don't know. The argument about I find the argument about pineapple is so gauche because we have pineapples. Pineapples are the least like rancid thing on pizzas. Anchovies on pizzas? Are you kidding me? I'm not a fish person, so it's just like ugh. And there have been weirder pizzas than pineapple on pizza. That's my job. But I'm paid by Big Food to make everyone hungry when they watch my show. Hey, I heard a great phrase about life. Hey, you're not on pizza. Not everyone has to like you. There we go. Okay. There's a patch. We had a patch for a week ago. All right, January 2nd. So this is important. What does Chris's prediction account for? The letter from the chairman we have in 2023 Q4 prediction for static server meshing. What is this prediction accounting for? Does it assume the work goes forward with minimal hiccups? Does it assume the work goes forward with substantial issues that need to be worked on? Example, what we've seen with PES. I'm guessing it doesn't assume something will happen that will require total reconcepting of server meshing, like what happened with iCache. I know I'm asking about how long a program will take to complete is like asking how long is a piece of string, but I'm trying to manage my expectations here. Like if you said the prediction assumes minimal hiccups, I would probably be disheartened if Q4 runs around and it's not quite there. I would just assume that the earliest possible date it would show up. Then Clive Johnson responds with, server meshing is very much a research and development project, and as such is not possible to accurately estimate how long it will take. Chris's letter from the chairman carefully qualified that Q4 is the date for static server meshing as something we are aiming for, but not guaranteed. I recommend viewing it in that light, as a target we're trying to hit intended to focus R&D effort, rather than an actual estimate of how much work is involved. My personal opinion is that that this target, while ambitious, is not unreasonable, and should allow enough room for us to hit some moderate speed bumps along the way. But if we encounter too many unexpected problems, or enough of those problems can't be resolved quickly, then it will obviously impact the final delivery date. Is that another Clive Johnson one here? I don't know why people are facepalming him. I think that was a reasonable question. So, effectively, what that's saying is, from my reading, it is not finished. Server meshing has not been added to the main dev branch. It is still an idea that they're working towards, but it is not in a prototype stage. I still say his name is really Cave Johnson. We need to get Clive Johnson. Cave John. Science is when you stick it to the wall or whatever quotes for him to put on his in his office. Is there any way to force the game to join a specific server instance? I'm trying out PES, but I've been unable to as the game client keeps putting me into different server instances. Is there a way for me to force a game client to put me in a previous server instance? Not at the moment. There is a new matchmaking system in the works that will allow this, among other things, but it wasn't ready in time for 3.18. As the recent letter of the chairman indicated, adding this functionality is a priority. The teams were involved were discussing options before the holiday break, but as yet the feature does not have an ETA. It may or may not be in the main dev branch, but they're further along than people give them credit for. I think the issue is more, just because it's further along doesn't mean there aren't significant hiccups or other issues which could arise with the situation. So, personally, I still don't think it's that Q4 is a reasonable date. I think Q1 is a more reasonable date, or Q2 of next year, simply because there are many other factors which don't have directly anything to do with the developers who are working on server meshing, but may still impact their work, like CitizenCon, which could drag them away from their work to work on things for CitizenCon, presentations and such, or events that they may need to come in and help. There's lots of other issues which could arise, which drag them away from the project to fight fires on the front lines if something goes wrong, especially with PES being hardening and everything like that. So there's a lot of juggling shit in the air right now. And heaven forbid, hopefully not, somebody gets hurt or killed in the team, because that would set things back. Oh, hey, it's video game. Fuck video games. People's lives are more important. But like those sorts of things do happen, sadly, and hopefully don't. But those things could happen. Those things for 3.0 stuff, not server meshing though. Server meshing is 4.0. All right, and this is the last one, the first one of the year, because C Daddy has got to be an overachiever. Happy New Year, everyone. There we go. Thank you, C Daddy. C Daddy is the wonderful human being who forced me to have a redeemer. The networking devs aren't going to be pulled into server meshing to work on unrelated stuff. We don't know. Tree, we don't know. That's the problem. It could, some other things could come up that pull their time away. Does the two ways the bounty hunter make sense in lore? I mean, we have two certifications, one for bounty hunt and another for suspect apprehension. No, but none of the freaking of the criminal missions and the criminality system in Star Citizen makes any sense. We know this is supposed to be, and we have 9,000 Legos and a 3D printer now. Now we have to make this thing and figure out how to make the square filter fit in a round hole. To a degree. We're throwing science at the wall and seeing what sticks, Clive. If for some stupid reason Clive Johnson ends up watching this, I will never not see you as Cave Johnson now saying we're throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks for server meshing. That you're bringing astronauts and war heroes into CIG's development office to test server meshing. By sending them through death-defying loops. I am not sorry. That game is so good. All right. So yeah, we're just going to kind of do a hangout Q&A for the rest of this. But I wanted to go through it. And let me know, do you like this idea? Going through the dev tracker and pulling stuff out? Like, the tease at the freaking pizza is massive. That is a huge tease, CIG. There's also, you know, the note that they're using OpenXR for VR is the plan they're planning on using it. Those are all cool things. I did not know of those until I did this, and I've been meaning to do this. It's like go back, do it like maybe once or twice a month, and go back for the entire month and look at all of the dev tracker stuff. And Tree, I don't doubt that they're going to work hard on it. I just constantly fear that we're going to have the same situation we've had in the past, where server meshing is delayed because of other issues which were not foreseeable, because such is life. It is what it is. And as a result, I do think that it would have been a lot better to anticipate, to say, we are pretty sure we can hit Q4. So we're going to say Q2 of next year. Because that sets great expectations. You're going to get salt no matter what you do. But if they said Q2 of next year and they released it in Q4, fan-fucking-tastic. Great. Wonderful. Awesome. That is exactly what you want, because now suddenly people don't think you don't know what you're doing. They think you're a genius. The Scotty issue. And if you slip and release it in Q1, hey, you're still early. And if you release it into Q2, even though you're pretty sure you'll do way well before then you're still on time. It's just good management. After 318, don't think they're being more cautious? No. CIG's never cautious. CIG is incredibly open. They're an open book. Like, we know almost certainly that's an internal goal. Almost certainly that's their internal aiming goal, because they want to keep us in the loop. They want to keep that up there. And all I'm saying is they would get a lot more goodwill and save a lot of heartache and headache for themselves. Not just in terms of media, but it's also quite depressing for, I'm sure, for the staff to hear the constant negativity of some content creators. Because, you know, you're working on a project you're really passionate about and you want to get it done, but people are just like telling you you're a moron, and they're maybe making you feel like a moron, which is not the intent, but and that can be negative. You gotta have moist eyeballs when your pizza toppings slide off and fall on the floor. Oh. Or the cheese rips off of the top, so you just have like the sauce with no toppings on it. Yes, the cheese slips off your eyeballs. I'm hoping that setting your regen away from law's eyes as a criminal becomes an actual thing in game. I think it will. I think it should. Question: what do you think of the Argo bulk? I don't. Oh, you're the one you're making? I haven't seen enough of it, but it looks good from what I saw. They're an open book, and Kotaku constantly intentionally misreads and cherry picks it. Yeah, because it's Kotaku. They gotta buy their ramen, man. Gawker ain't paying them shit. They gotta get their money from somewhere, and if it's a slow news day, Star Citizen is an easy fucking target. They got their one can of cola and their ramen and the hot dog without a bun that they gotta buy to feed their family of 7. Or to feed themselves in their communal home of 17 people in a San Francisco apartment. And I can make that joke because I lived in the Bay Area, and I know Tree lived in the Bay Area too, so he also knows what I'm talking about. Burritos, hot dogs, pizza. I've seen the future, and it's full of cholesterol. Luckily, in the future, cholesterol has been genetically changed to be vitamin C. The more I've learned about how game journalists live and how they operate, the less I get mad whenever I see a negative article like that. Because my understanding is either they're just stupid or just stupid, which is possible, or they're they see an opportunity to make some money and they're jumping on that clickbait as fast as they can because they got to make their money because they get paid like garbage. Like, I'm fairly certain a Kotaku article writer makes less money than I do, and I'm a school teacher. Yard expensive. Yeah. Yeah. So what I say is, if you really don't like those sort of things, just don't click them. Don't read them. And don't tell anyone else to read them, because they encourages them to keep doing that practice. Whenever you see it, just be like, God damn, man. His car must be about to be repoed, because that's the only way he's getting that desperate to talk about a game that apparently nobody cares about. There are at least two stories of writers living in CIG's dumpsters. They are the happy ones. So I'm saying, don't get mad at Kotaku. Feel sorry for the Kotaku writers, because if they're reaching for that level of journalism, God bless their hearts. Bless their hearts. I don't know where my Soylent Green is in game. It's with the Banu. M. Walker, it's with the Banu. Question: will we have full body lattes? Ooh. Maybe. Journalism. Well, I would say there is definitely a spectrum of journalism in gaming. I think gaming suffers from a problem where a lot of people are amateur journalists, people who just like to cover games because they think it's fun, and are maybe talented writers or kind of new writers are coming up. And so they decide to write some articles for, maybe their own website or for a friend or for a company that's, freelancing them. But they're not journalists. They're not trained. They don't go to school for it. They're just doing what they like. And then there are people like, why am I blanking on his name? I keep saying Jeff Keighley, but it's not Jeff Keighley. He's more of a news reader than that. Jason Schreier, I think his name is, who's like a legitimate journalist. Probably one of the best games journalists that has ever lived. Because he does the work. He knows how to do the work. He knows he's made the connections. He understands the industry. He understands the players in the industry. And he's willing to go the extra mile to expose corruption, expose abuse, expose toxic cultures. And there are plenty of people who are like Jason Schreier in the industry, who do the research, who care, who have journalistic ethics and integrity. mostly they may actually be journalists in terms of going to school for journalism or something else like that, or having some training with it. They exist. The problem is that because it's so easy to be a games journalist, it's hard to filter the crap from the good stuff. Yeah, that's the other thing that I think Kotaku may yet realize, which is every time they write an article, CIG breaks sales records, especially if it's negative. Kotaku's negative articles make CIG a lot of fucking money. Jason Schreier, yeah. I think I said that, yeah. I guess, yeah, so, like, the Vanduul eat anything and everything. They just turn everything to a biological paste. They, like, nope. Ignorant question. Will CIG have a dedicated alien ship design team? Would help the team to be consistent from ship to ship? Not really, because they have style guides. So CIG has guides that they create with specific framework, like what they need to do for what a corridor looks like, and they have assets they pull from that have developed. That's the reason why you see ships, when their guides get updated, you'll see a bunch of ships come out for that manufacturer all at once, and new ships just pop out of nowhere for it. Consolidated Outland, Drake. Last year was Drake. This year everyone thinks it's RSI because they have so many ships in the backlog, and suddenly the Galaxy and the Polaris are on the roadmap again with date, or not roadmap, on the progress tracker again with dates, and it's like, what? So people, I think a lot of people have assumed that the Galaxy is the new standard. They're going to use the Galaxy to kind of come up with corridors and bulkheads and paneling and all that sort of thing for large RSI ships. And then those internal components will be reused and kind of replicated across all of the larger ships, which will then speed up the process it takes to make those ships, because a lot of that stuff is already done for them. So the Vanduul, like Halo's Covenant, in the sense that they are the main antagonists, yes. They are not an alliance of an alien alliance species. Well, that would be cool as shit to have, CIG. That would be a cool thing that's pushing the Covenant, or the Vanduul out into human space, is like an alien alliance. That'd be kind of cool. Wait, is the Polaris out due this year? Well, no, we don't know that 100% because it would end up on the roadmap release, the release view, and we'd hear more about it. But it is on the progress tracker, which means if it's on the progress tracker, then there's a team dedicated to working on it. And the last progress tracker update at the end of the year last year added the Polaris to the progress tracker once again. So what are the changes? 3.17.5 is counted as release, and we get in 3.18 in March. I have been saying that we're going to get 3.18 in March since, like, we got 3.18 Wave 1 first in December. I think we're probably going to see 3.18 in February and at the latest March. We're like halfway through January and we still don't have it until open PTU. They've got some work to do. They've gone a long way. Don't get me wrong, but they got work to do. You think they worked on the Vanduul ships to release in the PU because they need to work on them for Squadron anyway? Yeah, they will, but I think they got to do the finishing touches on them in the PU. A lot of them are already finished because we've seen that from the visual teaser from several years ago. A lot of those ships are already done. But they may not have internal workings. So like the Glaive, the new Glaive may be working, but it may not have internal HUD and all that kind of stuff for players because it's not intended for players to fly in Squadron, so they haven't worked on that. Same with the Scythe, same with the Blade. So the Blade, I think, is the most recent one, most updated one. So once they go back and update those HUDs, then they'll be able to bring them to the PU. But that may not be the priority for Squadron. It'd be cool to see a new Xi'an the ship this year. I'm almost certain we'll see the Santok Yai this year. That's almost certainly we'll see that. It'd also be interesting to have a Covenant from an angle of them being extremely powerful but having no clue how their technology works. Yeah. I mean, it would explain where the technology for the Ibrahim spheres came from. Let's see more on the Volper bomber. Vandal MFDs and stuff. Yeah. But I think a lot of that stuff is being blocked behind the new MFDs that they're making for Squadrons. So they're definitely stress testing 318 by adding Xenothreat to the patch. Yeah. Are you going to do a part 3 of your lore videos of the complete history? I've already finished writing and recording it. It has been sent off to my editor. My editor hasn't gotten back to me, so I don't know what the status is currently. But I'm sure they're working on it. So Pyro might come out in 2024. Do you think we'll get the Liberator with it? No. No. It's a big ship. We know the 2 big ships they're working on right now are that Galaxy and the Polaris. So they only have so many hands that they can, so many people who can work on stuff. That's it. What ships do I think will come with 4.0? Like, beats the fuck out of me, man. It really depends on what's going on. I could see the Polaris maybe if they really worked on it in the Galaxy, but I do think we're also going to get the Crucible sooner. They had the Crucible on the roadmap at one point. I think it was removed off of the progress tracker, but it was on the progress tracker at one point. I thought you had the money. You had money and the need to what ship would be. Okay, you're asking if I had the money and the need, what ship would you have the interior studio, like the new 600i? The new 600i bar. That's what I'd have. Looking forward to part 3. Hopefully this time YouTube notifies me. Well, my hope is that it'll be done in the next week or so. And if it is done in the next week or so, I can release it to Patreons before the end of January, and then early February I can release it to everybody else. If they make an AI race of ships, the ships would be so much easier than the ships in the game, as they would need the internal layouts, and they could be ultra utilitarian. Plus, it would also be interesting. Also, chat isn't focused on stream. Oh, yeah. See, this is why I don't like doing this. Do you think the Polaris will go up in price by IAE this year? No, I think it's pretty much at the price it's going to be. Maybe a little bit. In fact, if anything, I think the price is going to go down by IAE, but then go back up to its normal price. It'd be cool if the Kurthok were some sort of alliance, since we know very little about them. I'm almost certain that the Kurthok are an AI. Like, all of at least the hints that they've given seem to indicate that the Kurthok are an AI race that the Xi'an built and went rogue, and they are scared as fuck about them. Like, you can think of like the Geth versus the Quarians, but instead of the Geth taking over their home world and sending them into the fleets, it's the Geth, in this case, the Kathak and the Xi'an are desperately trying to prevent each other from destroying each other. You can just imagine all the shipwrecks after Xenothreat just floating around ready for the picking. Yeah. If you want to be notified about when Part 3 releases, Brian, make sure that you have clicked the bell icon, and make sure when you click on it, there's a little drop-down menu. It says, notify me for all of them. And it should send you an email when the new video is updated. Man, we need more Mass Effect in our lives. There's one that's being worked on. Hopefully it's not crap. Will we see AI blades this year? Nope. Yeah, we're not going to see NPC crew members or AI blades. I don't think we'll see any of those until probably next year at the earliest. Is starcitizen worth picking up for an old Eve vet, or is it more ED speed? It's much more along this. It's much more similar to play like ED, though there are some Eve elements. It's not nearly as open market as Eve is going to be, but there will be market manipulation in the future. Just not there yet. But if you're a point-and-click capsuleer, I don't know, this Star Citizen is much more hands-on in terms of ED, in terms of its immediate gameplay. Though unlike ED, its on-foot gameplay is much more refined. There's a lot more nuance, and there's a lot more variety in the on-foot. Like, CIG developed the game from the perspective of a first-person shooter. So everything is developed around that, including flying your ships, which is designed to be in first person. You've got the bell on, good. I hope the player stays at the price. I'm good spot for picking up one for 25. Not bad. In the lore, are there any races that actually get along with the Vanduul? Yeah, the Xi'an and the Banu get along with the Vanduul. The Banu actually have trading, because the thing about the Vanduul is that they're not a mono culture. They have multiple different, like we call them clans, but they're not really clans. Probably the correct term would be something more like a horde, where they're a group of people together who are not biologically linked, like a clan would be. But it's under a single kind of banner, but they don't have a singular government or like a civilization in the traditional sense. They do have writing and all those sorts of things, but doesn't seem to be a unified culture. There's cultural elements, but different groups. So there are some groups of Vanduul who will trade with the Banu, and we do know that the Banu, the Vanduul, and the Xi'an do trade, minorly trade. Hey, Scott. I love to see the Vanduul for a small raider/cult section of this large science-obsessed race that exists way past what we think of as Vanduul space, maybe. Interesting if the Kathak were an escaped AI from Mars that made its way to space before it was destroyed. Oh, the Martian AI, maybe. I don't think so, but it's much more, because it's very old. The AI, or the Kathak predate humanity's adventure into space by about 500 years. The Spirit Wars were first fought in, like, I want to say the BC era for us. Definitely BCE. Can't wait to start up the hedge fund for trading and screwing everyone over. I don't think you're going to have that level of control, but you'll definitely have some local market control. NPC crew and AI blades are waiting on server meshing. Yeah, that's basically what they're waiting for. Warband, I guess so. Warband is more references purely for violence sake. The Vanduul don't only exist for violence, though that is their main form of superiority, of like expressing superiority. Vanduul more like Van Cool, am I right? You're wrong. And Walker asks, do you think we'll see children in game at some point? I'd like to see it, though I know why CIG might be squeamish about it, because putting children in a game like Star Citizen is asking for some weird, and there's definitely some, it'll attract some interesting, to say the least, people, if not some weird, straight up weird people. And also attract the attention of politicians, especially in places like Australia, where they're very squeamish about that sort of thing. So maybe, maybe not. I don't think you really need children in Star Citizen necessarily, especially since you're probably going to have immersion breaking children that can't be killed. It'll be fine. Just say they're 10,000 years old. Thank you, Japan, Blizzrad. Oh, and Fairasalt rated, I didn't even see it. I'm sorry, Fairasalt. And beers that I didn't do, so I've been so off today. I can't lie, I would try and shoot one of the little humans just to see if I could. Yeah. People would do that. Children aren't worth the trouble. They might be worth immersion purposes. But I don't know if they'd be... Like, think about this. Cyberpunk 2077. Do you see any kids in that game? Like, walking the streets? No? No one questions why there's no children there. I never saw kids on the streets. Yes, but you can't kill them? Oh, okay. Oh, there are. I never noticed them. All right, I'm wrong. They're children of 2077. Chill out, guys. I now remember at least part of that from the city street mission where you go to the mission and there's like a cul-de-sac. I remember there's kids there, but or did they add kids after the fact? It's been a while since I played. In games, got actually listened to talk of the organization which tests the games for age categories. It was interesting. Really depends on a lot of other things. Hey, Kenny, how you doing? Thank you for the raid, buddy. Not sure if anyone asked this already, but have CIG ever had two PTU versions at the same time before? Yeah. Just usually the other one's in Evocati. You're not going to build ships. Yeah, you're not going to be building ships. Aha. That's what I was thinking. Are there any children in GTA 5? Oh, yeah, they're getting absolutely just dunked on. We had two PTUs today. Well, that's what I mean, C-Daddy. The question is more, did they ever have in the past two PTUs active at the same time? The answer is yes, but usually one is an ETF. There are no kids as NPCs. They're in cutscenes. Yes, but that's in cutscenes. I'm saying like just random people walking around the streets that are kids. There are no people walking around the streets as kids. Those are like main characters in the story. But I think you could add them. I think you could add kids in Star Citizen, in the Star Citizen, like as kind of NPCs walking around and such like that. But you would have to make them invincible. I'm sure you already covered this with this, but what is this? I heard about 317.5. What do you think will be in it? Nothing. It's already been confirmed that all it is an addition of 4 items into the game. There are only 4 items that are added, and all of them are related to the Lunar New Year celebration that CIG does every year. And that's all it is. Yes, Duke. People have already said there are kids in 2077. I was wrong on that fact. Mea culpa. I think I was thinking about more GTA, which is another open world game that's pretty famous. And I don't think there's any children in GTA in the sense of like outside of main character stuff. All of the NPCs that are just walk around the streets are adults. I don't get the thing they need to be invincible. Because killing children in video games is generally frowned upon by the general public. And as a video game developer, CIG does not want to open itself up to political attacks by desperate desperate politicians in any country that they might sell their game in, to possibly even open themselves up to being banned as a banned game in certain areas like Australia and New Zealand, which are incredibly touchy about that subject. So, and even the kids in Cyberpunk 2077 are invincible. So, same thing. My point is that it's not too immersion breaking to have no kids in a game, because there are plenty of other open world games that do that. And the ones that do, they tend to they tend to have massive restrictions on how you can interact with those children. I see. Company point not getting banned makes sense. Other means not much. Ban in Australia and New Zealand would really mess with the info runners. They really need it in the first place. They could probably use it for immersion purposes. It would definitely flesh out the universe a little bit more. Having children wandering around. Though, to be fair, modern day, maybe in some countries, but not in the United States, do you usually see, little children just wandering around on their own in the middle of a street. It's generally frowned upon by most societies, in my experience. Yeah, have them play in the Habs or having like a playground or a school that they would go to. Kids always have plot armor, but I can tell you've never watched an anime before. If there's one media that loves to kill children, it's anime. ISC SCL coming back next week? No, I don't think so. I don't think they're coming back until February, but maybe. The vast majority of writers suck at writing kids. I agree with that. Just like how whenever you can always tell when someone's writing like a group that they're not part of. Why Truckcoon? Why? Exactly. God, isn't there an anime? I think no, it's not an anime. It's a manga. There's a manga about people driving a truck to go kill people to send them to other universes. And I shit you not, it exists. It's not just kids. It's like, men trying to write women without any idea of what like even asking a woman what, like, hey, does this sound right? Or, people trying to write other cultures and they have no idea what that culture is like other than just through research or proxy. Thanks for the info. I saw your teaser for the upcoming Gladiator lore video. When will that be releasing? Can you share any teasers? Hands on my favorite fighter, and you got me to join the channel. Hey, Kyle, I'm glad you're coming in. It'll be released this Saturday for Patreons and for Patreons and members on the Astro Historian channel, and then after on Wednesday it'll be released to everybody else. The story is on the creation of the T3A, which then became the T8A. Its progression through to be used by various groups, eventually becoming the choice for the Black Crows Bravo flight, which was Squadron 214, the Black Crows, who are the Bravo flight, who exclusively use gladiators. We'll talk about the Virgil raid, which used gladiators. Then we'll talk about its. Then I talk about its introduction to the civilian market. That Silas Kerner fucking hates it. We're also going to talk about some. There's some exposés, there's some mentions, military personnel swearing, talking about their experiences with the gladiator, which I'll bring in there a little bit. Some more stories of the gladiator, and then its uses in civilian life, including use as a firefighting ship, as a medical ship, as a salvage ship. There's a lot of things it's been used as. So, yeah, the scam ship. It's literally developed from a scam. It was developed because of a con that was pulled on the UEE. Hey, New Soul, how you doing, buddy? So those of you who don't know who have been enjoying part 1 and part 2 of the complete history of Star Citizen, New Soul are the people who score it. So we've been, Uri has been using New Soul's songs for it. So if you're enjoying that kind of stuff, and New Soul's actually making a couple of songs for future episodes. We talked about having one for the Xi'an as well when they get introduced. So pretty cool stuff. Wouldn't low gravity be bad for physical development of kids? Yeah. But they also have, we've had like anti-gravity devices forever, so. Question, some debate about the issue council recently. What's your take? Do you think the IC works? Room for improvement? Sure, it's got room for improvement. Based off of what we read during the dev blog, I guess you could say, the dev tracker, it seems like they had a bunch of new people added to the IC. So a lot of people are like, hey, the IC suddenly is not working. And I think the answer is because they had a bunch of new hires who don't know what the hell they're doing with it. And so very recently they started to kind of pick up speed and try to get that done, so. Yes, there's an isekai truck driver manga, yeah. What's the next ship you would like to see from Consolidated Outland? An agricultural ship. Or a gunship. Either a farm ship or a floating sheriff department. I'm not even joking, because if they built a ship that was designed as kind of like a operations hub for maybe a small starter ship-esque, you know, like an XS, extra small hangar, or pad with like a prisoner pod bay, kind of a processing location, and then some beds and some weapons. Perfect. Flying bounty hunter group, because it makes sense. They also support the Bremen Defense Force, and that would be a perfect ship for the Bremen Defense Force. Farm ship that shoots space corn. Hell yeah, brother. Here's my IC problem. 403, you do not have access to this area. Did you submit any kind of report, Aimless, for that? Why y'all want ships with no gameplay? Give more exploration ships. You mean that's ironic? Reports aren't possible as there are no feedback in the error for IC, but in general feedback, the response is, this is how permissions work now, wait for access. Are you talking about access to the Evocati PTU? I don't know, the PTU for 318? Because you still should be able to give feedback for 317.4, right? You just can't access the IC at all. Yeah, so ePTU is something that's happened in the past. And ePTU is usually, at least we always thought it was an Evocati PTU, which would often run at the same time as a PTU patch. Usually for testing very specific locations or very specific ideas. Like when Theaters of War was being tested, it was an ePTU patch. I believe that was the case. And it happens every so often, if they need like a very specific targeted case to test. But, yeah, it's the first time they've had it. I agree with you, Inferno Droid. I 100% think that people are going to hate exploration gameplay because what they want is literally impossible to make it an MMO. I think a lot of people will be like, just make it like Elite Dangerous. And it's like, that's not what you're going to have, though. You're not going to be able to explore strange new worlds and make love to alien women. Your job as an explorer is going to be updating maps. You are going to be charting areas and updating maps. And people will say, well, that'll be done instantly. Really now? Have you seen Keel? 194 AU. I think it's Keel. Yeah, there are some big fucking systems in Star Citizen. So as a result, you're going to be able to explore some stuff. It's just going to be systems which have been around for a very long time and very few people have reached the edges of, because it requires in-game literal years to travel, even at top QM speeds. It tempts as a black hole. No, if you aren't Wave 1, you can't see reports from Wave 1 reports, even if they relate to live. There you can't use the IC properly without making dupes or general purpose for a nuisance. We can make love to alien women with the right ESRB rating. I mean, there's only a very specific group of people who want to make love to only probably one very specific group of aliens. That at least that I know of. Then again, this is the internet. Exploration ships are going to be used as daily drivers way more than exploration, just because they got range, baby. For exploration, I imagine dynamically spawning jump points and other phenomena they've shown tech for procedurally generated. I'd be stoked to chase down the neat-looking space clouds. You're unlikely to be seeing randomly generating jump points like that. You may be able to chart a jump point which has already been charted that may have a tributary, because you can think of jump points as kind of like rivers, where they have deltas and tributaries that'll come off of it to kind of back and forth. At least that's what they've talked about. And so there may be some stuff that'll spawn and despawn, or kind of stuff that'll randomly generate off the main branch. But that's not finding your jump points. That's just finding a branch, which may collapse instantly. Here we are beating a dead horse again. What do you mean beating a dead horse? About exploration? No, the things I enjoy in No Man's Sky is doing planet and scanning planets and animals and minerals. Be nice to have a ship that could planetary mapping as well. You're probably going to see that. But you're not going to go to a planet that has never been touched by humans, or doesn't, like, you may be able to do that, but you won't be the first person on that planet, kind of thing. Oh, you're talking about Amos's stuff. I thought you were talking about the exploration stuff. Yeah, I asked about it because I didn't know what the deal was. It doesn't make a lot of sense that you can't see a Wave 1 report, though. Hey, Citizen Shenanigans. Too many randomly spawned jump-ins would be boring gameplay and make them mundane. Exactly. I would like to see tiny systems generated that only is to be accessible for X amount of time. That's not going to happen either. It's like there was a leak a while ago about CIG testing a jump point that would go from one planet to another. And I said that would be confusing and stupid. And they're like, but it's already in the files the way it's set up. I'm like, then someone's going to tell them it's confusing and stupid, and they're not going to do it anymore. And guess what? We haven't seen that shit in the game at all. Can I appeal to you, oh patron saint of lost cause ships, to take up the mantle of a gladiator as 2953 best in show? If CIG has to update it to play Knights with Paints, maybe they'll finally give it some love. God, I don't know if I can do that. I wish I could, but that ship is the redheaded stepchild of Star Citizen in the sense that I think it's paying for its past sins, because the Gladiator, for those of you who don't know, was a meta ship at one point. Oh, baby, was it a meta ship. during the Arena Commander days, when it first came out, you could swap out the torpedoes for any size like missiles. So people were firing effectively their entire missile, all of their missiles at targets, and then ejecting and respawning into new ships. So they were basically killing the entire the opposition, and then getting a brand new ship fully loaded with missiles and doing it again. I brought it up, Tree. I did bring it up. I don't expect it to ever happen, but I'd be neat as heck to procedurally generated temporary jump points to locations of the void. Think interstellar Lagrange points. To have interesting things at them, like asteroids with interesting resources. Yeah, I don't think it works with Star Citizen's, like the design that CIG is going for with Star Citizen. Yeah, I remember the Mustang rocket pods being overpowered because they would literally knock you. They would physically knock your ship back when you got impacted with them. They were like boulders. Remember when the C788 cannons were used to kill your pilot even if they missed? Good times. Yeah. I don't think it might be the opposite. At least less mundane than fixed pre-rendered static jump points, even if, like Paul says, they spawn and despawn on a timer. It would be, I think, too jarring of a mechanic. I do think that you could have something like temporary tributaries that go through a static jump point, which may or may not give you faster distances, but charting them won't give you anything other than the fact you charted them. It'll give you a sense of pride and accomplishment, but you won't make any money off of it. So it's not really a exploration mechanic in the sense of being able to do exploration as a career, more of just a neat kind of situation. But charting them wouldn't be useful for large systems because they're temporary. They'll just collapse over time. So you would have maybe no time at all. They wouldn't be reliable. And you couldn't sell them to anybody. Oh God, the side exit for the Cutlass. I remember that. Is undocking still broken? I think so. I don't think it just destroys everything, but it does. It still bucks and stuff like that. It's exactly what they're going to do. You can take a wrong way through a jump point and be thrown out in the middle of the void. Yeah, but that would be like that. I still find this a boring mechanic if you're just dying because you're just out in the middle of the void. So you're somewhere else. I think it makes more sense to be thrown out in a part of the system that you weren't intending to leave and be heavily damaged. That makes more sense. Are there any plans on taxing players and orgs for land claims? Only in UEE space will you have to pay taxes on it. But if you're in non-UE space, you don't, because you're not paying for the protection. Maybe if the player base does X amount of exploring new something or other is undocked in the universe. That's not really what's going to happen. CIG is going to have systems that they build they don't tell us about, and then they're going to release them into the verse and either give heavy hints where they are or let players find it on their own. I don't know, man. I think finding temp jump points sounds much more interesting than, hey, miners found a rock you might like. But that's the problem, is that, like, yeah, you can find it and be like, hey, this is neat. but does it add a significant amount of gameplay to the game? Will it allow for people to enjoy it as as a feature that will make you money? It's just when you like tick down the boxes of should this be added to the game? Does it add more or take away from the game? Is it just a nice little add-on? What does it actually give to players? You'd have to invent a way of making it happen. And even then, it would never be in the sheer volume that it would need to make every player have a feel good for finding a kind of a tributary of a jump point, because that would require millions of tributaries. And then that would make jump points pretty much pointless, because you could just go to anywhere around a jump point, find a tributary, and then you go off and you're good. So it's the issue is making tributaries feel good without making them super common. And at that point, you're just talking about a jump point. It's just like a normal jump point. Because that's how jump points are going to work as well. They're not super common. They're very rare. And you find them, it's going to be a big find because it'll either find a shortcut to another system or a brand new system on the other end. So that's the balance issue. To have enough short-term jump points for explorers to find them would be popping up constantly. And if you made them rare enough to matter, then you're never going to be able to find one. That's my point. It's a balance issue that you're not going to be able to do. So that's why I say you're never going to, the likelihood of you finding a jump point is going to be incredibly rare in the verse. You're much more likely to have scan this area and find unique things, not just miners, but salvagers. You might find a rare wreck. Maybe you find somebody in distress. Maybe you find an ancient alien artifact. Maybe you find pirates or pirate base that's operating out of this area. There's a bunch of things you can find. A rare comet that you might be able to track. There'll be some science behind it. And the way I always look about it is that if you look at the classic sci-fi exploration TV show series, movie series, Star Trek, it's the classic, boldly go, no man's gone before. What are they doing in most of the episodes of any Star Trek series? Usually it starts with something very mundane. Usually updating star charts, updating maps, scanning an area of space which is very obscure and hasn't been seen in a while. Delivering relief supplies, aids, medical supplies, building supplies, helping to settle colonists. That's what they're doing most of the time when all of the weird shenanigans pop off. They're not finding interstellar jump points that are just wormholes that'll take them to fantasy realities. That's incredibly rare, even in their universe. It's mostly just weird things happen because they were starting to scan. That's what you're going to probably see. Have jump points randomly disappear between existing systems, encouraging exploring, giving more people incentive to do it. But then they're not. Then it's not reliable. Then jump points are entirely unreliable, and no one would use them. Because if you want to do it so random that no one would, it's effectively like the same thing as having too many jump points. That also would make no sense in lore. That's an entire gamification of the mechanic just for the sake of gamification. It would be like saying, in reality, you have random you build and destroy highways. This new route was found through this mountains, and then it collapsed, and then we built a new route, and that happened within 2 weeks. No one would use that route because it would be too infrequent and unreliable. They'd go somewhere else. Also diplomas with alien races, yes. Jonathan Picard. Oh, it's fascinating. 20 particles of space dust per cubic meter, 52 ultraviolet radiation spikes, and a class 2 comet. Well, this is certainly worth our attention. I mean, yeah. No, they don't. You don't have brand new highways being built through mountain passes every 2 weeks. Not at all. It takes years to build new highway systems. And highways that close like that, they're never used. They use the more reliable ones, if they can. Right, but they can still use be rarish, and provide massive utility to a trader who wants to avoid piracy, establish trade lanes, and still find worth owning. Yeah, the problem is that at that point, it's just a jump point, and you're never going to make enough of them, enough of the tributary stuff to be valuable to be actually worthwhile to sell the thing. The reality is, the dream of you being able to find jump points is a pipe dream. You will not find a jump point in Star Citizen. The likelihood will be vanishingly small compared to everything else. The bread and butter of exploration is updating maps. Just like the bread and butter of cargo transport is moving boxes. That's what you're doing. Now, maybe you get sent on a scientific expedition as an explorer to go to a planet and study a certain flora or fauna or capture fauna for study. That might happen too. But if you're talking about space exploration, you're mostly just going to be scanning rocks. Honestly, think exploration will be a tier 2 profession, one that's meant to be done outside of the main one that makes you money. Maybe, but then people there's so many people who would be upset about that idea. There's 60% of the community wants to be explorers in this game, and that's you're never going to be able to make those people happy with what you need. Space trucker, that sounds fun. I mean, some people do like space trucking. There's a lot of people who like Euro Truck Sim and American Truck Sim. They love those truck sims. See something like that in Star Citizen for sure. Like winning the lottery, yeah. Question, AstroPub, regarding the recent Terrapin post, do you believe CIG is using this as a hint for updating the scanning systems, especially with knowing that Pyro and Hostile will be hostile, and we need long-distance scanning to warn orc members from inbound threats while mining salvage? Emmy, I'm going to hate to burst your bubble, but it's because they had it. It was a lore post that was made in a Jump Point magazine, and so they're just going back and publishing all of the old Jump Points because they stopped writing lore posts this year. That's basically it. Yeah. And I'm sure they'll release the Hurricane, or the Hurricane. Yeah, the Hurricane. The Hurricane is one. The Hurricane and the Gladiator posts, which were in the Jump Point magazine as well. I love smuggling too, and this patch 318 looks like I may actually make a smuggler's guide for 318 because it looks like smuggling's back on the menu, but we have to wait until it's a little bit more stable. Space Truckers, a scary movie. Honestly, got spooked. Do you think there will be a fog of war type filter over a star map where you can clearly see where you've been recently? Maybe the clarity decays over time. Maybe. I do think that there'll be some sort of fuzziness in areas that are not high traffic, that you'll have more information if you scan that area, but I do think that finding uncharted temporary entrances and exits to existing jump point routes will be profitable for exploration, especially for smuggling. You will never find them in the volume you need. Because the problem about that is that if they're too high, if you want them to be enough for people to have fun while exploring, then they won't be profitable because they'll be too common. But if you make them too rare, then no one is going to find them, or only a handful of people will find them. So they're basically like finding jump points, and maybe like slightly easier to find than normal jump points. That's still like winning the lottery. So having a temporary jump point, even if it is on a timer, is also not reliable. If I'm a smuggler and someone says I've got a route in and out of Pyro, which takes you out of the hands of those people, I'll go, A, you're lying, but B, if you take it there, I have no idea how long this route's going to be good for. It could be good for a day. I could show up at the route and it could already be closed, because it's the only way to make it like viable is to randomly close them. there's no reason to use that route. No one would pay for that. The strange thing is that 318 is that party activities has a lot of desync, which causes crashes. There's a lot of desync in 318. Talked about it earlier. There was someone who said something like 15, 20 minutes of desync. Like they were desynced from the server by 20 minutes. If a jump point lasts 1 week with 20 to 50 systems, there might be 5 to 10 at any point with thousands of players looking for them. But none of them would be viable or profitable because you couldn't sell them for very, very good money because they could close at any moment. It's a pipe dream, y'all. That's what it is. What are they, mail-in packets? I think it's a PES thing. It's an issue with how PES updates between the back end and the front end. Selling groups as a pirate group could be fun. Yeah, it could be, but you don't know how long it's going to last. What if they are difficult to find, unmarked jump points which have to be manually located every time? If they were permanent, but then you'd find them all in a week. The same problem with the regular jump points. So the only way to make them so that more people can find them would make them randomly close, which could work. But then, because you don't know how long they're going to be open or closed for, that way you have you don't have like a timer on them. You could, in theory, have a way that you can determine how long this area is going to be open for. You could add that, which would add a little bit more value to it, but it's more just of a feel good than it is a actual viable money strategy. How about moving jump point entrances? Something where you have to know it's there, but you spend a lot of time scanning the specific location. Same problem. Then no one in lore would use that jump point. Now there are jump points that don't have jump gates attached to them, which you have to scan or you have to know the location to be able to get to them. But those would have to be not used as much effectively. But Scott, you're basically what you're saying is thousands of people will never find a jump point entrance. You're still the same. The problem is that you get to a point where it will just end up being exactly the same situation you already have. You might have a slightly increased chance, but instead of the probability being 1 in a billion, it's now 1 in 100 million that you find that. It doesn't make it any more valuable or viable to be a person who finds jump points. Let me put it this way: even in Star Citizen lore, finding a jump point is incredibly rare. Very few people ever find a jump point in the lore, and that is a good indication of at least where they're trying to the gameplay they're trying to pull out. Is you're not going to find a jump point, and if you do, it's a huge deal. Yeah, it's a player volume issue. At the end of the day, there is no way you can be a jump point explorer with a reasonable and regular volume. Just not possible. In Eve scanning wormhole, I don't know how that works in Eve. I just assumed that thousands of people would find it in the entrance but wouldn't be recorded on a map. Then there's no point in having it in the first place, because you wouldn't be able to make money on the entrance. Because if exploration is a career, you need to be able to make money off of it or get reputation for it. If you don't report it or you can't report it and it doesn't show up on maps, then you're not really finding anything. It's just a location. It's like finding a unicorn in a sea of unicorns. Yeah. But then again, Nicholas, then at that point, it's not really a valuable resource for explorers. That's more like a smuggling route or like an alternate route through it. And again, if it's on a timer so it collapses and has to reformed, then it's not a viable resource anyways for even those other people, just knowing that it exists. What I'm saying is that the concept, I understand the concept, but how it would play out in not only the gameplay functionality, but in the universe, you'll know where a jump point is if it's already been found and charted. And you could go to that area and you will activate your jump drive and it'll open up the jump point. You probably still have to scan for the exact entrance anyways, but that's not exploring. That's just finding where the thing is and then getting out. Or it'll be marked on your map. You'll go to exactly to the location, activate your jump point, and the jump point will open. Eve wormholes will appear to be scanned down by explorers along with wrecks and minables. The problem is that in Star Citizen, jump points are very rare commodities, and most of them are well known. Like even the largest system has like 8 jump points to it. So, and that's like an unusual number. I think Pyro has like 7 or 8 too. Like Terra, Pyro, a couple other places like that, but very vanishing few. Most of them have maybe 3. Terra has 7, yeah. Yeah, Earth has 2. The average, I think, is 3, maybe 2.5. And because they're the main routes, the whole concept is those routes are going to determine a lot of movement of NPCs and players, and they're strategically designed by CIG to encourage some shorter routes, which might be more dangerous, but or be only usable by some smaller ships. So it gives you a bit of a sense of risk and reward. It's like hyperlanes in Star Wars. It's very hard to find and make a hyperlane, which makes hyperspace travel faster. Yeah. Assuming a non-socialist future hellscape, discovering a jump point would not map it for everyone. There could theoretically be a sloppy marketplace for the data so many people could sell the same info. Again, Bizakon, the problem about that is that if it's a location that's permanent, then you're not alleviating the problem of people finding jump points, because once it's found, it's found. Someone will find it and report it if it's permanent to the UEE, because there will be an in-game mechanic for porting a jump point to the UEE and making money. So, and getting reputation. So it'll be a huge boon to anyone who does. So if you find it and decide not to turn it in and try to sell it on the black market, you risk somebody else finding it and turning it in for the money. So then it becomes pointless for your data. And if it's temporary, like even if you know the amount of time it's going to take, it's still not very valuable, because the depending on the amount of time it's going to collapse, you'd have a very short window to actually use it, so the money won't be as valuable overall. I wouldn't pay for a temporary jump point that I have no idea how long it's going to take, and even if I knew it was going to take 3 weeks, that's still not worth any money for overall. I could just go, I know that area now has a temporary jump point. I'm going to go there myself and scan and find it and use it myself. Yes, they would not need to be jump points, but that's the problem. We're already... Yo, this is not fan fiction. You're not going to get rid of jump points in Star Citizen. That's what you have. That's how Star Citizen is built. And if you're talking about finding a hyperlane, like a route from one planet to another, that's just scanning for maps. Like, that's just what I said before. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Real Exodus was, you're just going to scan areas that are having to update areas, maybe to open up a new hyperspace lane or like a trade lane, but you're just scanning areas. Wait, but in that case, wouldn't there be a value in smugglers' jump points? And smugglers' jump points not UEE controlled or known about, possibly dangerous to navigate? Sure. The problem is that if someone finds it and reports it, they can get credit for it, and then now it's known by the UEE. Just having a smuggler knowing those locations doesn't necessarily mean it's valuable for smugglers. Again, I will lay this out in a very simple way. There are a couple of options for exploration. One, exploration is updating maps and star charts to update locations for possible trade routes, or clearing areas for trade routes, or just because the charts are old, they need to do it, or this area's never been scanned before, we want to know what's there. Right? Pretty simple mechanics that can be used, which I think is the most likely option. Number two, jump points that have tributary jump points, which are permanent, which will exist all over a jump point. Players can find them, report them, or use them for nefarious purposes. Entirely possible. But in that case, there's a finite number of tributaries, so you're never going to be able to make enough money off of finding one for it to be valuable, in the sense that if it was valuable like that, there wouldn't be enough volume for people to find it to be valuable. And if it was high volume for everyone to find it, then it wouldn't be valuable because everyone can find it. You see what I'm saying? The other option is to have those tributaries be temporary, where they collapse and we know about how long they're going to take to collapse. Same problem, though, because they have much smaller and shorter value than just a main jump point. And even then, you're dealing with volume issue, where you have to, if you make them too much, then everyone finds them, so they have no value. If you make them too little, it's much more difficult for people to find them, and they have value, but again, it's unlikely that people will find them. Paul, you're being trolled. I don't know if I'm being trolled, because this is a thing I've talked about a lot, and a lot of people don't seem to believe that Star Citizen Exploration is just going to be updating maps. People honestly and earnestly believe they'll be able to find jump points or new tributaries of jump points and be able to do all sorts of cool exploration stuff. And the answer is exploration has got to be a mechanic. And by a mechanic, it's going to have some basic boring bullshit. There'll be cool things you can do with it, but just setting expectations properly. Just wait until CIG sells ships that can make temporary jump points. Only $5,000. Yeah. There's no way we're going to have dynamic jump points between, because the problem is adding jump points between 2 points of a system. That's not even in lore. It's nowhere mentioned in lore. And that's a huge change to lore. Like that would have to be that's a fundamental change to lore. Like to the point of like regen fundamental. Like either it'd have to be a new concept or they'd have to completely rewrite how stuff travels through the verse. It's in the lore that this is what they do. Even the story about a character that was gone for a year to the outer edge of a system to update maps. Yeah, well, no one had ever been there to the outer edge of that system. So they went out there to finally scan it because no one had been there. They didn't know what was out there. Have they announced when the new update is going to be live? No, it's currently in testing. It's currently in beta testing, 3.18. But it is, they've said that they're shooting for the end of January, but it's, January 12th, and it's still only in very early testing. So I wouldn't expect it until February. No, I seriously think that finding temporary point tributes will be in game. Such jump points are the only way you can explain Xenothreat getting into Stanton so often. That's a big fucking tributary if it's letting in an Idris. That's not a tributary, that's a fork. And not really. The easiest way to answer it is the honest to God lore answer. I can tell you the lore answer why Xenothreat goes in. No one gives a shit about Stanton because it's supposed to be defended by the corporations who own it, and they don't do it. Nobody defends the jump point because no one gets money by defending the jump point, and the UEE is not spending fucking money on a system they explicitly sold to corporations who were supposed to take care of the system themselves, and they don't because the UEE is a bunch of gullible children. Let's be honest, you all like the idea of finding gem points, but floating out in the middle of deep space, combing for months on end, not finding anything is boring. Yeah. I mean, that's like, what's the difference between combing an area for updating maps and combing an area looking for jump points? It's the same concept. It's just you're going to rarely find a jump point. Yeah, the UE does a terrible job of defending their own systems. Right, I just want nice looking nebulous gas clouds to screenshot and sell to miners, or massive material mineral points along nice rivers, screenshot and sell to miners. You get the picture. You're going to see that stuff though. You'll definitely get that. You'll definitely get planetary base exploration. You'll get exploration of like clouds and other stuff like that. How many systems have we lost to the Vandal? I think 5, maybe 6. It's Orion, Caliban, Virgil. There's one other one that I'm thinking. Tiber. And Tiber. So yeah, it's 4. I was thinking there was 2 after... Yeah, that's right. And how long since the first encounter of the Vandal? It's 26... It was in the 27th century. So... 300 years ago, I think? I just assume there's going to be 2 or 3 temporary entrances within a few hundred kilometers of a jump point. I think they'll be pretty easy to find, but it won't stay open for long. Then it's not really good for exploration gameplay. Other than to feel good, you're not going to make any money off of it. I could see it in terms of gameplay purposes, to be able to allow people to find ways in and out of areas which will be maybe a little bit harder to determine. So you're not just going to get camped at a gate entrance. That makes sense. But that's more of a gameplay option to prevent people from camping gates, less of a exploration option. No smuggler is going to commission an explorer to find them a backdoor route. It's not going to happen. And if they are, they're morons. Oh, I mean, they're definitely going to find rare new things for players to find. Of course. They're just not going to... They're going to be rare. So players... Not every player is going to find it. So like Scott, I know, you really are excited about exploration. You're never going to find a jump point. I'm just going to break that to you right now. No one in this chat is ever going to find a jump point. Maybe there's a, 100 and... Right now there are total of like... There's like 186 people total between YouTube and Twitch. Maybe one of you Maybe. One of you will find a jump point. But almost likely none of you will find a jump point. Cartels have scouts out doing just sort of. Last time I checked, the Sonora Desert was a lot bigger and a lot more open than a jump point, than a single jump point in space. What's the point of jump point discovery submission form if it will be used by a dozen or so players? For recognition and reputation and money. Mate, the only jump point I expect to find is the one on my trampoline just before I injure myself. You're not wrong, Austin. There'll definitely be things where someone will find it and chart it and return it. But they're going to be so vanishingly rare that 1 in a billion players will find one. What's my point? I was talking about cartels. Yeah. Oh, come on. Every time they introduce a new system, they could initially require players to find the jump point. Yeah, they're probably not going to do that, though. I know that's a dream that people have. Probably not going to do that. They'll just have the system open. At some point, they'll just say, there's a new jump point that we added. We're not telling you where. Good luck. But that's going to be for a system that we don't know about. Yeah, like those jump points already exist. We already know where they are. We have they exist not only in the lore, but we can see them on the star maps. Was that the one system that's a rogue planet? Null? Not Null. Min. What about it? Null's a huge system. Nothing in there. That's where the Olympus is. Yeah. Yeah. The point is, I'm done talking about this because at this point it's just pure copium, pure hopium. Just mainlining copium, and that's not good for your heart, man. Which is the majority of exploration is going to be exploring places that have already been discovered that you're going to chart, map, and bring back information from. That's it. You're a modern day USGS, U.S. Geological Survey, which you are. Which isn't a bad thing. You might find some interesting stuff. Maybe you just find nothing, but you get a paycheck. That's the day-to-day grind of an explorer. That's it. And if you're a person who likes sightseeing, it's perfect. It'll take you to all different, unique, interesting places. You might find some cool shit, and you can go on. But that's it. But the practicality and temporary attributes, which I agree with, actually something I want to see. It will not be, that would be, again, pure hopium to actually find those tributes and make money off of it. I'm all for that type of exploration. It's what you're going to get. What if exploration is a badge system where you collect badges everywhere, even rare ones? I don't need no stinking badges. Wait, so then you think exploration systems in ships will be inspired by GIS software? Possibly. Gotta catch them all? Yes. Well, that too would require many things not being static. No. I mean, it makes a lot of sense to do temporary entrances and exits so that you can find ways of getting around locations. But that's not an exploration gameplay. That's a gameplay located about for things like smugglers or for traders or other like pirates. It's really not a gameplay that you would see explorers do, because explorers, you might find you find one, but it's just a tributary that's going to collapse in a couple of hours. You're not going to be able to sell it to anybody. You're not going to be able to make money off of it. It's not going to give you any reputation, because if it's a temporary tribune, you can't even name it. Hey, Donnie. The point of interest badges from Star Wars Galaxies? Oh, that's the reference to. Okay. I feel watched. We have 2 CIG employees here. This is stalking, Donnie. Okay. First, this is getting out of hand. Now there's 2 of them. How you doing, Donnie? Were you at the party with or at the dinner with the Austin crew that I saw? I saw Jake and a bunch of other people out there. Make sure you keep in line, Paul. Hey, you know what? More than once, especially there was one day I was kind of tired and I was talking about something. Jared showed up to tell me I was fucking wrong. If you ask certain commenters on YouTube there, Captain No Pants, they would say that I am, or I act like it. I was not. I actually wasn't aware. I've been too involved with work. Very sorry, I missed it. I wasn't there either. I just saw a picture of I think it was the community team mostly was there. I think maybe it was just the community team was hanging out. I do know there's some people in town, I'm guessing for summits. I know you can't confirm that, but I did see more than a few CIG employees that I think are from either LA or UK who were enjoying beverages out of boots. The one time that I'll never forget was I said that there is a capital ship team, and Jared was like, there is no such thing as a capital ship team. And what I meant was there's a team that worked on the capital ships for the European ship team, because it's not dedicated to a team, but there's people set aside to work on that. I did see Jake this evening. He said hello and hope he's doing well. Jake's a pretty cool guy. Jake is a pretty cool guy. I've known Jake for a long time. He's a very cool and chill guy. Also, yell at him because he's on fucking vacation. He shouldn't be in the fucking office. Tell him to go back and play more Valorant. And relax, goddammit. But Paul, there is no capital ship team. There isn't. What I meant was there's a team of people who work on who are working on capital ships in that area, or in that studio. Relax, Valorant. He plays. Jake, please play more Valorant. That's very good. Yes. Hey, C-Daddy, let me know when you come in. Tell Eric I'm going to show up anyways. Tell him he can't keep me out. I'll bring booze. Which most people would call capital ship team, which doesn't exist. It doesn't exist, but there are people who work on ships, and they happen to be working on capital ships. Jake's a nice dude. Had a pleasure of meeting him. Also met AstroPub at CitizenCon. Yeah, we've met a couple times, Kemi, haven't we? Or was it just the one CitizenCon? I thought we met a couple CitizenCons. Kemi is also a fantastic dude. I don't think Donnie can tell you when. Donnie does not work in that department, and C-Daddy is the person who deals with like your accounts on the website. Donnie is one of the rare individuals, and I will say this, he's one of the rare individuals, the lucky few who has played multiple rounds, multiple days probably, of Arena Commander Theaters of War. I'll say that. I'll throw Donnie on the bus for that. He has played Theaters of War. I know just enough to be dangerous. To be fair, Donnie told us when we were it was during the reveal of Theaters of War, he showed up at VerseCon, which was the thing we're having in Austin at the time, and told us that he was part of the team that was testing it before it was displayed at CitizenCon when it was displayed. So he was like, it was cool, it's fun. Makes NDA noises. And I really dig into how active CIG peeps are in the community. The answer is that you'd be surprised how many developers are actually participating in most gaming cultures. But because most developers are encouraged to stay away from their communities, they can't really tell people that they work on individual games. It's only recently, in the last, I would say, decade or so, that some developers have been loosening the grip on that, and you'll see more and more people who work on video games talk about their experiences in more open fashion, which is a good thing. I've scared Donnie away. Yeah, I'm looking forward to CitizenCon this year. I'm definitely going to be going to CitizenCon this year because I can't not go. It's in LA, even though I hate LA. The most you used to see was people in the community teams only. There's a couple of really good exemptions, but it's mostly in indie developers. Like the developers behind Kerbal Space Program were very active in their community. If we get CitizenCon in Austin, I'll go, but I can't be making long trips for a few years. Austin's not going to have another CitizenCon for 2 years, so it'll be 2025 before it comes back to Austin. Hey, Velocity. Well, we're restricted in what we can and cannot say. What I can say is the community engagement and involvement is very important. As someone who's been playing since 2.5, I will say it's an aspect we take very seriously at CIG. Community feedback and IC reports are always appreciated and important. Opportunity to give back to the community is something I'm grateful for, being a backer myself. Yeah, Donnie was actually a streamer and content creator before he joined CIG. We knew Donnie. I knew Donnie back in the 2.0 days, the Arena Commander days. So. Donnie confirmed AI. The Long War is what I'm going to start calling it, Fair Assault. 263 was the Long War. Mostly collected so I can call myself a veteran of the Long War. I'm a vet of that Long War. Yeah. .317.5 has already been confirmed. It's just an addition. So I'm going to say partially 317.5 is an indication of a good thing, which is CIG is trying to give us more in-game goodies for participating in their events, which they should do. That is a good thing because it encourages players to be active in the community during those times. It gets people to come back. And often people who are away will hear something cool and they'll come back and then maybe they find that the game's improved and they like it. The problem is that originally they had hoped that 318 would release around the time, but it's obvious now that they won't. So all that 317.5 is that they're adding new materials to 317.5, new goodies which were going to be released with the Lunar New Year. That's it. Yeah, backers my people. So while I know it sounds all official, like I appreciate each one's passion for the game and from the heart, thank you all. Thank you, Donnie. Take breaks. Drink water. And see, Daddy, tell your boss to take a break sometimes. There's water and beer. If it's American beer, then yes. That's mostly water. I agree with the goodies my cluttered hanger does, and yeah, it'd be nice to be able to sell it or get rid of it, but you know, PES and all. Yeah, blades are not confirmed. He did. He reports that sleep occurred. Did anyone check the temperature in hell? Him sleeping? Fuck. That man's veins are pure monster or pure caffeine. I don't know how that man could sleep. Proxys, Donnie. He's talking about Proxys. Proxys is another veteran. Basically, half of CIG is made up of former community members who were very active. Proxys was he was the QPan of his day. He was an active mod in many different communities, especially in Twitch, and built a lot of gear because he's a software engineer. So he built a lot of cool tech for a lot of streamers and for the community. And he applied for a position at CIG, got it, and now he's effectively like making sure the systems function. He's like the dude with the duct tape and the binder twine, keeping everything together. He's like me, a lovable asshole. I mean, bean juice makes my heart go wee. I have never seen Proxys not tired. I've seen him many times since he's joined CIG and at events and places, and he always looks so tired. There was one point, and I shit you not, him and Buster the Destroyer, myself, him, and a couple other CIG developers were bowling. And he pulls out his laptop in the middle of the bowling because he had to do something real quickly for CIG. I almost closed the fucking laptop on him. Like, Proxys, you're on break. It can wait. We're screwed if he ever leaves. Yeah, he is like he's more machine than man now. He's become part of the systems that run Star Citizen. He posted a picture of that, didn't he, see, Daddy? I remember that. He tweeted that. And he did a live patch release while getting vaccinated for COVID. Like he was pushing a patch while he was getting his vaccine. Tyler posted it, yeah. No, it's more like Proxys is like, but I had just one thing. It's just one thing. I will say this: the fact that I know a lot of developers who work at CIG, I will say this: it humanizes the project in a way that a lot of people don't realize. CIG is filled with people who are backers, who are people like us, who really want to see this game succeed. There's so many of them I've talked to who have actively told me that they've avoided Squadron 42. They work for CIG, and they've told their bosses, I don't want anything to do with Squadron 42 because I want that to be a surprise. I think that I know too much about this game. I know so much about this game. I want one thing to be surprising when it comes out. So, they have Nerf war fights. Tyler is far too passionate and sleeps in his office when he shouldn't. He has a wife now, though, so I'm sure she shouts at him when he does that. But they're professionals. They get work done. They work hard. But CIG does treat them pretty well. Gives them a lot of time off. There's plenty of people I know who've had struggles, had issues, had family members get sick, and had to take a lot of time off. But CIG kept them on, kept them on payroll, did everything they could to make sure that they come back and they took care of the situations they had to. The producers are really good. The producers will beat you over the head and tell you to go home if they think they've seen you too much, so on and so forth. So. All right, back to this stuff. Now with work going into resource management system, do you think the odds are we might be able to get loot components next year? Probably sooner than next year. CIG seems to be really focused on mulching, munching, taking the superstructure that you stripped and then turning it into more resources. So it's not too far off that pulling your the loot items, like the components out to be able to salvage, not too far away, I don't think. As long as they're not bespoke and built into the system, like the engines of the Polaris are. And with things like tractor beams, which are actively being worked on, and larger tractor beams and such, that also seems to factor into that as well. CIG is poised to do a bunch of things around salvage, cargo hauling, and bounty hunting. And again, Chris Roberts has been strangely consistent about all of those things, mentioning those are the three things that he really wants to push for getting done. So I don't think this is a spice take at all. I think that's probably the biggest things we'll probably see in the next year. If not 3.19, then 3.20 or whatever is after 3.19 before 4.0. Did you mention bounty hunting? Because he keeps talking about that too. I did. Strangely enough, it is on the progress tracker. I thought it wasn't on the progress tracker. It is on progress tracker. Bounty hunting 2.0 is on the progress tracker. I'm tired of soon TM while others get it, dude. I get it. Things come when they come, but fuck, I'm getting the salty mic level when I want a gamer or content creator or literal just out of reach. Hey, well, it's okay. I mean, Bounty Hunting 2.0 does have a large section on the tracker. It does. Yeah. That is the biggest. That's the 500-pound elephant in the room, or the 10-ton elephant in the room, whatever. Is Tony Z and Quanta. That's the unknown variable right now, because I don't think they have Quanta on the progress tracker. It's not something that often updates because they usually don't seem to submit much. Even monthly reports, they don't really tend to submit much. So it's more of the secretive thing, which makes sense. It's Tony. Tony is a very private guy. He's, as far as I can tell, because I've never met him in person, he seems to be very open when you're talking with him if he's approaching you on his case, but He's very not. Don't catch him outside of his comfort zone. That's what I'm gonna say. No, they were closed. Well, I mean, Velocity, I'm gonna make fun of you because Krispy Kreme, really? I'm sure if you went to Dunkin', they'd be open. It's not detailed, though. The quanta system isn't detailed. We don't know the details of what the quantum system is doing. So we don't know, like, how much exactly what they're working on is what I mean. I'm going to make fun of you all you want. You're sloshed, Velocity. Goddamn, Velocity. You're on my whether you're typing or whether you're live. You do not have volume control. I speak with Tony frequently. We're continuing to work with many irons in the fire. All right, I'm going to press this. All right, I have to use my little bit of influence that I can and press Donnie and C Daddy on this one. When are we getting fucking pizza? Christian made a post joking about pizza, and now I'm very angry because I feel like I've being betrayed. I'm being led on. Where's some goddamn pizza? like in-game pizza. Like I can go into that pizza shop and buy a slice of pizza and consume the pizza in-game. Good question. Wouldn't hurt to ask around, I don't think. Angry. I mean, that is constantly me. And coffee shops at the convention center that say coffee and don't sell coffee. They do sell coffee, just in cans. You have to buy those little cans that there's like little tea and coffee cans they have. But yeah, they don't sell the like cups of coffee. What the fuck is multiple bytes on the progress tracker? It's under actor status V2, I think. I don't know. I'll have to look it up real quick. Because I know what you mean. There's pizza shops in specific rest stop areas, among other places. It's a good question. I mean, the second question is, you know, we have noodle shops, we have pizza shops, and neither of those are consumable in game. And I don't know who to tell. You to tell at CIG. Maybe marketing, but you will have an explosion of marketing when noodles and pizza come out. There will be so many fucking videos and social media posts about it. I am not even joking. That is one of those weird kind of things that is stuck and simmered in the Star Citizen community for so long that it will explode. It will get traction. There will be articles written about it as kind of a weird fascination in media franchises. It's going to happen. I mean, I myself will make a huge deal out of it. And I'm not saying it's just me. I'm saying that I know I'll make a huge deal out of it because it's fun. But I know other people have also brought up things like Big Bennies and such, so. Well, Big Benny's has been part of the community forever, you know? Here. As an example, hopefully I don't break anything.
weapons for y'all.
So I get it.
2 words. Distress and bacon.
Well, there was the entire April Fool's joke that I think Jared made, which was the Big Benny's delivery version of the Reliant. Well, that's what they did. That box that I have was boxes given to a food truck that they then served. There was like a Chinese food truck that they served. It was a noodle food truck that served noodles out of the truck in Big Benny's cartons. It was pretty cool. You were there, yes. When did we get that box? It was only at Austin CitizenCon, 2018, so Austin CitizenCon. I kept one of them, and it has stayed here, and I'm gonna keep it in good condition. I am too. Xenothreat is the best event. It's the best event, hands down. Until they can get the Siege of Orison to work better with the AI in terms of their their time responsiveness. Xenothreat is still, and maybe it's nostalgia, but I think CIG hit it out of the park for the first time. Their first time at bat, they hit a home run with events. That Xenothreat is just iconic when it comes to events in Star Citizen. That ending battle with the capital ships is mwah. It's just so good. There is so much white knuckle kind of action when you're like, okay, we're facing 2 Idrises. Protect the gladiators because those fighters will kill them or the Idrises will fight them as well. We have to kite the Idrises away from the retaliators, and the retaliators will like dumbfire their torpedoes because it's better than having to lock on, because if they lock on, the Idrises will flare them off. So you have to try to dumbfire them close range to hit them, and that takes skill and it's so good. It's so good. Yeah, and the fact that there are people who are combat pilots who do well on it, people who just do transport missions. It's all just transport. People who want to load and unload boxes. I learned how to be use my tractor beam very well, to be a good kind of loader and unloader just through Xenothreat. I learned how to use a tractor beam because of Xenothreat. And that's the sign of a good event. You learn something, a skill that will then help you out in the future simply because you practiced it for a specific game function. It's a little bit of FPS too, yeah. I took a vulture to the Xenothreat test today. It was fun. Has anyone tried to play 318 on only Orison with the new platform missions? It looks like you could live and make a bank on Orison without needing a ship. I believe Tomato did that. I haven't done it yet. I do want to try to do it though. Oh yeah, Jumptown as well, because there's a brand new Jumptown for 318. Jumptown 3.0 is very different. That'll be interesting. I do hope that they take some cues. Like, they seem to be heavily implying they want to add AI reinforcements or some sort of AI interaction with Jumptown to make things spicy, even if nobody's there, which would be an interesting action. Yeah. No, I'm in Pyro. This is Pyro. Pyro 3, I think. Maybe Pyro 4. The one with all the yellow algae, yellow moss. Pyro. And Morph's never living that down, is he? Oh, yeah, I think I can confirm that now. Space Tomato and Morphologist. Let me go over, because we're kind of wrapping it up anyways, because we're getting towards the end. So Monday is going to be we're going to have a special early stream. It's going to be like 6 a.m. my time, so 7 a.m. Eastern. But we're going to be doing a captain's table with Morphologist and Space Tomato. We're going to talk about expectations for this year, for 2023, and setting expectations for the year. So that'll be done for a special captain's table on a Monday. We're going to do a captain's table on Saturday, but the early parts of Saturday is for there's a content creators summit, which is, I think, as far as I know, put together by the Soul Citizens, which is pretty cool. There's 40 or 50 of us that are getting together and talking, so I think it's invite-only kind of platform, so we'll be able to be there. But there's so I'll be doing that early, and then Sunday we'll be doing a 318 relic expedition. So we're going to go check out some of the new sites and try to collect relics if we can. Friday, I'm going to be doing some Star Citizen. We'll kind of do something like this early on, and then we're going to be rolling over to Dark Tide afterwards. So. I will not be streaming the content creator section. I believe they don't want us to stream that. I think it's just us hanging out, is what it is. When do you think we'll get a new studio tour? For where? I mean, honestly, it probably is not a good idea to do a studio tour of Austin. I'm sure Donnie can illustrate this. They have no space in Austin. I think they have to do timeshares or like rotating swaps for desks at Austin. That's how little space they have at Austin right now. They need a new studio for Austin, and I think for LA too. All of the studios, except for, I guess now Frankfurt and Manchester, are far too big for the office space they have. What is time? What is space? I do think we're going to get a new studio tour of Manchester and Frankfurt. I think we'll get those from an ISC, but not an Austin or LA. Are we on the summit too? Nice, certified gumbo. Yeah, actually, it's and Walker, it's even better because both Zero State and Burks both learned that you can shoot them out of the sky, and also Centurions can blow up bombs before they reach the ground. So Centurions are anti-bomb devices as well. You just need to know how to use them. I called it. I knew it. Cubicle timeshares. What if an A2 is at max speed diving and suiciding the bomb? That's not bombing, then. That's just kamikazeing, aimless. So dive bombing kind of worked. I think a Centurion can still blow up a bomb before it hits the ground if you're dive bombing. When's the first ISC again? I don't think it's next week. I think it's the week after next. So it might be next week. This might not be a Whammers, but dive bombing in an A2 would be. Pretty sure that was Morph's point, but it got lost along the way. As most Morph's points do. Because people are much more interested in being mad at Morph than actually listening to him. Which beats the shit out of me. Though I can't say I haven't experienced the same damn thing, because I have multiple times. I've learned the lesson the hard way. I've done the same thing. Never argue with the community because you're not going to win. Even if you're right, even if the majority of the community agrees with you, all it takes is just one persistent asshole to make you just... That's why I don't go to Spectrum anymore, man. That's why I don't go on Spectrum. If I go on Spectrum to do anything, I usually do it to make a post, and then I just don't even come back. I'll make my point and I leave. And just let the people just get angry and post. I just don't even pay attention. I'm just like, I'm done. Kind of that's what I do with YouTube videos too. It's like if someone in a YouTube comment gets nasty, I'll respond just to have that have responded. But because the way that the YouTube dashboard works, it doesn't tell me that they've responded. I have to go through like notifications to see if they responded, and I never do that. Because I don't use my AstroPub account or my Astro Historian account to view normal YouTube videos. I have a separate account for that. So we're separate. It's on the same account, but it's a different channel. Which is just, so I just don't have to worry about it. And it gets off my feed. Nah, not really, Scott. You're not really that bad. You come up every so often, but I mean, if you read the comments, there's some weird folks. It used to be worse. I'll say that. I used to get like an essays, and I used to read them, and they were so rambling and incoherent. Someone pitching me their idea for a ship, or like full blown nonstop, like full with lore and everything else, and I'm like, this is a discussion on like ship balances, or this is a discussion on persistent entity streaming. What? You can name drop me. It's okay. I could, but you're so loud, Velocity. Have a good night, Donnie. I'm going to why won't you build my ship, Paul? See you around the verse, Donnie. Have a good night. Hey, Paul, when lore, what's the funniest war crime? God. I can't say what the funniest war crime is because I don't know what that. I know what the funniest thing in Star Citizen lore is though. The funniest thing, the thing that has made me laugh the hardest at Star Citizen lore, is an entire story about a scientist who was brilliant. He graduated high school at 13. He got a PhD by the time he was 19. He was brilliant. The man knew anything and everything there was to know and believed that he had solved the problem of faster than light travel. So he took his brilliant genius mind and a bunch of investment money that he kind of got because people believed in him because he was such a super genius. And he locked himself away for 4 years. And then he came out of his hibernation and said, I have cracked it. I've built a faster than light ship. And scientists said, oh, this is amazing. So they came out and they said, what's your secret? And he kind of didn't give everyone the full story because he was afraid that he was so paranoid that people might be stealing his work. And then he decided that he was going to make history by jumping his ship, the first faster than light jump ship ever in human history, in the history of the universe. He climbed aboard a ship and he made one statement. It is now I make history. And he hit the button, and there are so many pieces of his ship that are still floating around the station that he was at today. It actually injured several reporters who were there to watch it because of how massive the explosion was that when he blew himself up in his brilliant ship. It is the funniest shit I have read in Star Citizen lore. It was just like, oh my fucking God. Yeah, he turned himself into vapor. The joke is that I told that story on a Lore Citizen podcast, and Jail quipped, he's like, joke's on you, Paul. He's enjoying his mimosas in some alien planet, being the first person to travel light speed, but not be able to make the return journey. Straight up Farscaped himself. For all we know, his particles have gone faster than light. Oh, it's so funny. It's so funny. Admirals crashing ships is another pretty funny one. Frickin', it's more of a black comedy. The idea that an admiral was chasing Tavaran extremists. I believe we actually have an update on that one. They were chasing rebels, Tavaran rebels, to the surface of one of the moon, one of the planets of the Null system. And nobody told him not to go into the fucking atmosphere, and he did, and the ship couldn't pull out of the atmosphere and crashed. Which is started a meme with me, which is name a more iconic duo: Gravity and UEE Admirals. Because it's happened. It's if I had a time, a UE Admiral caused the crash of a capital ship, I'd have 2 nickels. I've had a nickel every time it happened. I have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Because the Flysa, which is on Daymar, was crashed because of the orders of an admiral. Which is where we can find it. The crash of the Javelin on Daymar is got a tragic backstory of an admiral who's an idiot. Gravity, my old nemesis. I feel like every admiral in the Star Citizen universe is Zap Brannigan. Curse you, Gravity! Gravity is their white whale. When do we see Greg's version of the Redeemer? You mean the Brutus? Sadly, never. I wish we would. That would be great. A great addition. Yeah, I saw that velocity. Hello, Nomad. How you doing? I still hope we can see nails added to some point. I want to ODST some bases and chips. I'd love to see a civilian version at the very least. I know they don't want to do it because it's a military propriety military device, but a drop pod of some kind that is designed for people, and it makes sense in some civilian cases. I came up with an idea that would make sense in lore, which is a emergency descent device, which is designed to be dropped with either weapons, material, food, rations, that can survive a drop from a high place in areas that are too dangerous to land a ship. Because there might be atmospheric conditions which are too dangerous to fly and keep a ship afloat because it could crash or get damaged, but not too dangerous for just dropping a giant piece of metal which is going to hit the ground. Great. You Star Citizen just hanging out, listening, learning? Welcome. We're about to be finishing up here there, Nomads, so kind of calling it a night here. Like a drop pod care package. Well, it's effectively kind of what they do with today with parachutes. You know, so if you're in an area where you can't land a helicopter or something like that, sometimes they'll drop a material like food or supplies to an area where someone's trapped in a location. Or people will parajump out of a plane or a helicopter to get to a location that's too dangerous for a helicopter to loiter, so they can, rescue people and such. Like a supply drop, yeah. But having it to be able to deliver, say, like a doctor or a paramedic directly to a location where they can be of use makes sense too. Now, if players want to use that lightly armored care package drop pod, which can support people to drop people in the middle of a combat zone, hey, their choice. That's what it's designed to do. Drake drop pod? You mean 2 SCU container with player inside? Yes. Rods from gods, indeed, there, Nomad. We have an RSI Constellations and Drake Corsairs, but I wonder what Misk and Anvil will have in that range of cargo loading gunships, cargo holding gunships. Misk probably won't do a lot because they don't really do a lot of combat stuff. Anvil is a good question, though. What type of personal descent devices do you see being implemented in lieu of a parachute or wingsuit for all atmospheric conditions? Anti-gravity, like a grav chute of some kind, some sort of device which is designed to function like anti-gravity does on ships, but maybe in a limited fashion to just arrest your fall, or suicide packs, and not suicide packs, but packs, suicide burn packs. Not like that, YouTube or Twitch. A suicide burn is where a rocket or some sort of vehicle shoots off a jet of rockets, like fires its rockets just before it hits the ground to slow it down, slow enough so that when it hits the ground, it doesn't blow up. That's effectively how all modern Russian Roscosmos capsules function. When they go to the ground, right before they hit the ground, they have rockets that just fire to slow them down just enough so that when they hit the ground, they're not going so fast that they break their capsule, because parachutes won't slow them down enough to safe descents. And other devices have used something similar. You kind of see the same thing with the There was a C-130, was it? That was fitted with rockets to be able to stop on a shorter landing zone where it would fire its rockets forward to slow it down as it hit a slower landing zone. Something like that. We have a raid that we're going on. Hey, Ms. Gabs! You coming out at the end of the night, but how you doing, Gabs? Gabbies. Real question, is Star Citizen the alternate timeline or everything happened is considered canon? I mean, as far as we know, yeah. It's considered canon. Pat Albert, the C-130 that used by the Blue Angels had JADOs? Yeah. What are we up to, Gabs? Playing some epic banger, Son the violin. She's a pro. She's very good at the violin. Then again, it's kind of your job, isn't it? Isn't it like, I know it's your passion. I know you're part of like orchestras and such. So very good content creator, worth your time, worth your energy, worth your subscription. Got to get you back on the captain's table at some point, Gabs. JAL jet assisted landing or reverse JADO rockets. Yeah. You'll never meet a sweeter person who will slit your throat in a second. Miss Gabby's will smile as she blows you out of the sky. So, Orson being sieged 3 times is canon? I don't think so. What's likely going to be is Orson will being sieged would have happened once in the game, in the lore. Because like Xeno threat, I think only happened once. So the Siege of Orson is canon, but happening 3 times is not canon. It only happened once. They just do it multiple times right now. I'm with you, Paul. Put Siege of Orson in Theaters of War and move on with new events. We definitely need to do that. We also need to see more new events, but I also think that having that for right now, because it's still kind of alpha, you can kind of hand wave a little bit of that stuff. So, what would you ballpark animated fauna in game end of the year? Probably around 4.0. So end of the year, early next year. The Stone Bug has some animations to it. But the answer to any when question is sometime before the heat death of the universe. Circumstances depending. Yeah. Hey, CS. I still am fairly confident that we'll see an update at the very least of Theaters of War this year, if not a release of it. You hope Theaters of War has been Sataballed? Sataball hasn't even been Sataballed. Sataball was put to the side until they could finish the new EVA system, the new push-pull system. The new push-pull system is not like being finalized. We're going to see Sataball come back, baby. Almost guarantee it. Everyone talks about Theaters of War, but what about Netflix of Lore? I love to give Theaters of War all my waking hours, but I also want to salvage my waking hours. So I'm here disappointed with all my waking hours. Stonebug's going to come through for the Oni Crab. I'd love to see the Blind Oni Crab, but I don't think we're going to see the Blind Oni Crab until after the Stonebug. Stonebug seems to be the first creature they're trying to nail down. Or Lord of War. You need to get Nicolas Cage, which I would be okay with. If CIG could get Nicolas Cage to be a mission giver in Star Citizen, God knows the man needs the money, so he'd probably do it. Can't talk about it, but I have played Theaters of War as in Evo a while back. I thought it would be out by now. It was pretty decent back then. That's all I can say. Anyways, makes me think of, it's been scrapped, to be honest, especially with Fire Sprite out of the picture. The answer is that CIG did not have it as a priority, so they had Fire Sprite working on it. But then several, at least one, possibly multiple Fire Sprite employees got hired by CIG to create the Arena Commander team. So the Arena Commander team, which was the other thing that Fire Sprite was working on, has been formed and has been working on the game since February of last year. As of 3.19, we know that they're going to be releasing one brand new combat map for Arena Commander, which is Jericho Station, which should come out sometime middle of this year, which is the first time they've added a combat map to an Arena Commander in a long time. They're also adding all of the racing maps that are in game right now to Arena Commander as well. The fact that the Arena Commander team is not just being formed, but is actively developing and improving the game, because Arena Commander is a lot better than it used to be, means, at least to me, that the Arena Commander team is building stuff. They've been let off the leash and allowed to make the things they want to make and need to make. So, Theaters of War is not that far off. Neither is Satterball. It's just a matter of having the right resources and having the right the time. New Arena Commander? What is this? That's what I'm saying. But no mention of a new mode. I mean, they've already improved the mode. They've completely changed how versus mode, I think, works, or the Battle Royale mode works. The issue with Theaters of War had little to do with the game itself and had everything to do with desync. I didn't play in the Evocati. I wasn't part of the Evocati team that tested it, but I know the reports. It was bad. Desync was really bad, and so it was fun, but it was still had problems that Star Citizen still has today, which is desync being bad. So until they can improve desync, they can't really release Theaters of War. But with things like PES, that might improve some of the problems that they had with Theaters of War. Maybe even server meshing. So. I can either affirm or deny the desync rumors. Satterball and Arena Commander? Yeah. So Satterball was a mode that they were developing a long time ago, which was effectively a way that they were going to test EVA movement in Star Citizen. And it's basically, you take a ball and you throw it through a hoop, but through 0G. The two teams would go out, they'd try to grab the ball and throw it through the goal. It was only demoed once, and then we haven't heard from it from a long time. That was, a lot of it was because they were working on the new EVA system, which was only recently finished. I don't think that was too long ago. I think the Satterball demonstration was like 2016 or 2017. It was fairly recently. I know that's still like 6 years ago almost, but in comparison to like the beginning of the project, it's much closer to that. Wasn't Satterball also Fire Sprite mess? I don't think so. Fire Sprite came in after that. It was the Ilphonic mess. It was the Ilphonic mess. But yes, it was part of that whole debacle too. Bigger question, Satterball esports team? It really depends on what they want to do. Satterball has never left the lore. Satterball is a game in lore. It's been referenced multiple times since then. It's still a big deal in the universe of Star Citizen. The Banu love it. Humans love it. There are multiple teams. Stanton has a team. There's a local Stanton team for Satterball. So, like in the league, in the Saddleball leagues, the Imperial League versus the Territorial leagues, like they exist. So Saddleball is going to be a thing at some point. The question is more priorities and when. I don't think it's coming out soon, but probably sooner than you think. Once they can allocate resources towards it. And anything right now at this point, anything they can do in game, they can do in Arena Commander. So if they build a Saddleball court in, let's just say, orbiting Microtech or Crusader, then that will exist in Arena Commander. What about an estimate for road implementation? Would be great for land racing and doesn't seem to be like it would be too tough for them at this point. Roads is a little different. I don't think we're going to see roads for a while because there's almost no real reason outside of like land racing to add roads. There needs to be more AI. Like I can see the argument for roads being you want to have roads that lead to outposts in small towns that are not the main landing zones to give the areas of the verse a little bit more life and also to give players something to drive on when you're driving through things. But I don't think we're going to see those roads be completed or implemented until after 4.0, because that's when they're going to start really adding more of the AI functionality or increasing the size of it. Let's be honest, Theaters War, if it will ever be played, a couple of weeks tops, and then everyone goes back to the main game, just like Star Marine and other modes. So therefore, I think it's not even worth the time. There are still people who play Star Marine and Arena Commander today. Arena Commander and Star Marine and Theaters of War and all that stuff will still be valuable. It's still valuable today. It's just valuable for different reasons. And as CIG develops those modes further, making them ways of, especially as they develop the main game further, there'll be great ways of practicing the game without having to deal with like significant issues regarding death. Because when they start adding more Death of a Spaceman stuff, which is stuff they want to do, playing Arena Commander will be a much better way of practicing your combat skills, or Star Marine better combat skills than real life, because that will have more consequences that will involve stuff. When will Arena Commander integrate into the PU and carry over customized ships? I think you can already customize ships in Arena Commander, but Arena Commander will never be able to carry over your customized ships. It's not, as far as I know. It's like a separate mode. Even if it's integrated into the PU or you kind of access it through the PU, you'll be using the in-game stuff you unlock in-game. They still have rental equipment credits. Our rec is still a thing that exists in Star Citizen. You can still rent stuff, I believe, even in-game for Arena Commander. Yeah, that's the other thing. If you are, and if they're able to do things like bring things like Siege of Orison into Theaters of War, that'd be a great way of getting players introduced to the older events when they've already moved away from those events being spawnable. So you can go play those old events, where you can play like an PvE mode for it. I think the best end result for Arena Commander, Star Marine, Theaters of War would be to just be the Origins Systems collection of some kind and make it a free-to-play accessible game for players who don't have Star Citizen, and or expand it to the point where it's not Arma, but like an Arma-esque sort of experience, Arma-light experience, if you will, where players can make their own scenarios, they can come up with their own, not necessarily their own maps, but use maps to create interesting missions and other stuff like that. That's obviously way down the line, but there's still value in it. It's just not immediately apparent. You can also do matchmates SOO, or just use the platforms for it. Like you can also just do the actual event where you're facing against AI. All right, y'all. It's been 4 hours. It's past midnight. I gotta get to bed. I will see you all tomorrow for a little bit of Star Citizen and then Dark Tide. So if you enjoyed Dark Tide, come join us. We'll be playing that tomorrow. Then Saturday, we still have Captain Stable. It will be HC Vertigo and Algarid will be on there talking Star Citizen. I don't really have the topics yet. I think we'll probably talk a little bit about 318 as it is right now and kind of expectations for it, those sorts of things. And then Sunday we have our event, our lore event, our relic of hunting event in 318, where we're going to take people from the League of Relic Enthusiasts, the org that I run, and we're going to go looking for relics in the new outposts, the new ruined outposts in 318. And then Monday we've got that super special, super duper early stream, 7 a.m. Eastern, where we're going to be meeting with Morph and Space Tomato and talking kind of hopes and fears and dreams for the future of Star Citizen for that whole thing. You'll definitely talk about 17.5, of course, but I don't think it's really that much. There's still value, it's just not immediately apparent. That's what I told my ex. All right, y'all. Thank you all for coming in. Love your faces, and like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. All right, let's find someone to raid.